Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll so that we may establish a quorum? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carr. Councilmember Jennings. Here. Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Ashby. Here. Councilmember Harris. Here. And for the record, Councilmember Warren and Schneider will be absent this evening, and Mayor Steinberg.
Got Councilmember Henson, too.
Vice Mayor Henson.
I am here.
And Mayor Steinberg. Thank you.
Here. Thank you very much. We do have a quorum. Let us begin with a couple of presentations here. We got to do the pledge, of course, first. Let's get up and do the pledge. Thank you for the reminder. Up we go. All right. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Now let us begin with a couple of presentations. I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Guerra for recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day. Councilmember?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to bring this resolution forward here today. In doing so, I'd like to ask Albert Tittman Sr. from the Nisani, Miwok, Maidu, and Pitt River Heritage. And if I could also get Diana Tuminia from who's a PhD in sociology, and many of you know Wes Elliott, who's been here, but he's out of town today with the Hudsani Six Nation Heritage. And also Fabrizio Sasso, local Italian-American leader who's been involved in our conversations here, and many others of folks involved in the Indigenous Peoples Coalition. Tonight we're recognizing a small step forward, but an important acknowledgement of thousands of Indigenous people in Sacramento region here. And I say region because our county boundaries and city boundaries don't reflect the actual tribal heritage. And I say that we're here recognizing the culture, the history, and the contributions that have been part of our Indigenous families who have been here. And also in this, an important conversation that we've had with our Italian-American members of the Sacramento community, and in this discussion about how to collectively work together, discuss together, and come to an acknowledgement of injustices, exploitations, and experiences that our Indigenous people and Indigenous community has suffered in our, not only in our region here, but in the darkest parts and episode in our history. Indigenous people and the Italian Americans are an integral part of Sacramento's urban and social fabric, adding vibrancy to our economy, cultural richness, and it is part of Sacramento history. So with that, I think what's most important is to hear from someone who has part of that history and that heritage from those folks here. And I'd like to bring this over to Mr. Albert Tittman.
Oh. Amajuxis, Kaniasis Albert Tittman, Dumale Nisanan Miwok, Maidu, Pitt River, and on my mother's side, she was descended from what is now known as Mexico. I want to say thank you to Mayor Steinberg and the rest of the council, Mr. Guerra, for inviting us here to speak on behalf of the people, and I want to acknowledge my people here that invited me to be a spokesman for this important resolution. Sacramento Coalition for Indigenous People, I want to acknowledge you all for the work that you've been doing, and also our Italian relatives, as I know in the discussions there was some heated debate over Indigenous Peoples Day versus Columbus Day, and so I want to acknowledge you for coming to the table out of respect and not out of disrespect for the people that exist here today. Since 1991, dozens of cities, several universities, states have adopted Indigenous Peoples Day, a holiday that celebrates the rich history, customs, cultures, traditions, and contributions of Native people. Not by coincidence, though, the occasion usually falls on Columbus Day, the second Monday in October, or replaces this day entirely. Why Indigenous Peoples Days? Initially, Indigenous activists have long argued that holidays, statues, and other memorials to Columbus sanitized his actions and marginalized an entire group of Indigenous people, which include the beginning of genocide upon the Indigenous peoples of this continent, while giving him credit for discovering a place where people already lived and existed for thousands of years. Columbus Day is not just a holiday, it represents a violent, traumatic history of colonization in Western Hemisphere, culminating the extinction of many of our tribes. Equally important is we recognize that this city, the city of Sacramento, is the capital of California's largest state in this country, with the most federally recognized and state-recognized tribes. Also, we must remember and acknowledge that it was the beginning of the gold rush era. Forced relocation, forced removal, and the bounty placed by the government here in California on the heads of Indigenous people. My people existed right here, right where the rivers flow. The rivers surround us all for thousands of years prior to European contact or contact of any kind. The Coast Umne River is named for Miwok people. That river means salmon people, or people of the salmon. Salmon flowed there. And now today it doesn't flow at all with salmon. It barely trickles with water. Columbus Day became a federal holiday in 1937, in part because of the efforts by our Italian-American relatives that during the late 19th and 20th century, who themselves were a stigmatized ethnic group and who successfully advocated for themselves to bring awareness to the, like we're doing today, to the success of, and to acknowledge their place in the history of America. Albeit Columbus, for Indigenous people at that time, maybe we didn't have a voice. We were marginalized, oppressed people, so we couldn't stand up, and if we did, we were murdered. Mass murders. Right here in California, we hear about the mass murders across the land, but right here in California, Bloody Island, right where Discovery Park sits. My cousin, who's an anthropologist, has mapped out village sites every 5 or 10 miles. And there is a massacre site and burial mounds right where Discovery Park and the levee is. So we acknowledge our Italian relatives, but at the same time, we believe that in order for us to get to the true healing, the healing has to happen on both sides. Albeit Indigenous Peoples Day, it may not be the cure-all or the answer to healing our historical trauma, but it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Thank you.
It can help bring us to focus in the history books, where many of our history books have left us out or sanitized the history. What our hope is that many of our tribes, we believe in these 7-generation teachings, that we must look back 7 generations to see and learn how beautiful we were, how thriving we were as a people, but to also understand the trauma, the historical impacts, and the intergenerational issues that we face today in our communities. The issues of domestic violence, addiction issues, and suicide rates amongst our youth being 8 times the national average. Indigenous Peoples Day may not cure all that, but by you acknowledging that day, it really helps us to get to that place of intergenerational healing. Intergenerational healing, that we believe that it must happen on both sides. That prophecy is told that one day we will all come together in this time of healing, where it will feel like we're divided more than we've ever been before.
Thank you.
I want to close with this, Mayor. I want to encourage all of you to stand with us, all of you to stand with us, and be the example for those generations, for our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren in this time of healing. And I say, Indigenous Peoples Day. Whoa. Oh!
Eloquent. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, we have Diana Tumenia. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Diana Tumenia. I'm retired faculty from CSUS. And I'm here on behalf of my husband, who was one of the main organizers for this change and acknowledgement of Indigenous Peoples Day. And it really started with coming here to ask for support for Standing Rock and acknowledge their struggle. So I speak as one voice for Aboriginal people, and their history and their existence now is often inconvenient to be acknowledged, and it's often pushed aside in order to honor more mainstream topics that perhaps are not as grievous and sorrowful. So I'm here to offer my support for Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank everyone who has acknowledged it and supported it, and the people here. And I just want to say that this is going to be a wonderful thing for Sacramento, that we're going to have celebrations, we're going to have history lessons, and we're going to be honoring the ancestors who bless us now, who gave us this land. Well, they didn't exactly give it to us, but excuse the slip there. They forfeited this land so that we may enjoy it. And so I hope that this will be a time of grateful celebration and also acknowledgement of the original peoples who were here, whose ancestors are here now, and survivors are here now, and many of whom were pushed into what is now Canada and now Mexico. So I thank everyone for their support.
Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, here to speak is Fabrizio Sasso, who, along with many of us know Steve Maviglio, and Bill Cerruti, who is unfortunately out of the country today, was involved in this great conversation.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Fabrizio Sasso. I am a resident of District 3. I'm also a first-generation Italian-American. I just want to thank Councilmember Guerra and his staff, particularly Alejandro Cabrera. I'm sorry if I botched that up. I don't, my Italian accent, right? I just want to say that this is a great step forward for this city, and I believe that this is a model that other cities can emulate. In that we were able to find a solution around the tensions between the Italian-American community and the indigenous communities. And so I want to thank Councilmember Guerra for being able to bring the parties together and finding a solution and a step forward. This recognizes the contributions of both Italian-Americans and the contributions of indigenous people without whitewashing some of the atrocities that have happened in the past. We want to fully acknowledge where we are as this community and being able to come together. And so I want to thank you for your leadership and your support for making this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I think what you've heard from the speakers here is that even though our city hasn't formally recognized Columbus Day since the I think late 80s, it was important to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. And it was important for us to learn, as you heard from Mr. Tittman here, that for healing to happen, we must learn from our past and to work together. And I think those conversations that we had with our Sacramentans from the Italian-American community and with the Indigenous Peoples Coalition has led us to this point here. So I will only read one of the whereases and then the resolved for this. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 at the United Nations International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas to proclaim indigenous culture, values, lands, and identity. Now therefore it being resolved that the City of Sacramento recognizes and observes Indigenous Peoples Day on October 12th every year hereafter, strongly encourages Sacramento public schools, businesses, organizations, and other public institutions to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day and commit itself to promote the health and well-being of Sacramento indigenous population, as demonstrated by this Reclamation of Indigenous Peoples Day this 3rd of July, 2018. Congratulations on all of us for working together. Round of applause for all of the people here who have been working together.
May I just want to pay you a compliment, Councilmember Guerra, and thank you for this has been a vexing issue, and it shouldn't be, but it is. And I know that it took somebody with the social justice instinct, together with knowing how to bring people together, to bring us here today. And I wanted to thank you for your leadership.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if it's okay, I'd ask if maybe we could take a photo with the mayor and the council and the resolution that's signed by the entire council here out front. Good. We'll move
Sure.
down the front.
We'll move everyone down to the front. That's fine. I'll go down if we can.
Got about 100 people.
Just have you go in the bullpen real quick.
Where do we go? Here?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the action. That's the action to move to withdraw it altogether. No. 27.
27.
But it's an action item too, so it's kind of tweener. Perfect consent? Yes.
All righty. Thank you. That's a great way to start the meeting. We do have one other important presentation, and I want to turn it over to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The public may not have heard about this, but on June 27th at the Southside Park Pool, we had a camper who went beneath the water and became motionless. And we have such phenomenal staff in our recreation program. Our lifeguard, Victoria Maskeva, jumped in, then Ty Patrick, Claire Hammond, and Julia Gorotsky, hopefully I didn't screw that up too bad, all intervened to pull the child out of the water, provide immediate CPR and resuscitation, and quickly the child regained consciousness, and then paramedics took the youngster to UC Davis Medical Center, and now he's doing well and back in the camp. But I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the lifeguards. Why don't you come up, and the staff who worked on this. Jackie Beecham is our recreation superintendent. Sion Swanson is the supervisor. Sierra Voss is one of the pool trainers. And then Kevin DeFranco, I think, is here as well. Jackie?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hansen. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us. My name is Jackie Beach. I'm Recreation Superintendent with the Department of Youth, Parks, and Community Enrichment. So just provide you a quick background on our aquatics division. We operate 17 community pools during the summer season where we offer water safety programs. That includes recreational swim lessons, fitness programs, swim team, lifeguard and junior lifeguard classes, and special events. We employ 160 aquatic staff that are responsible for providing these programs and activities while maintaining a safe environment for every neighborhood to enjoy. Last summer, Aquatics served over 90,000 participants in water safety programs offered at our pools citywide, and approximately 70,000 of those participants were youth. In just 2.5, almost 3 short months, that we had that many participants come through our doors. Our teams train extensively before the pools open and all throughout the summer to support water safety and drowning prevention, and also as first responders at our pools should an emergency occur. As Vice Mayor Hansen mentioned, on Wednesday, June 27th, our team's hard work and training were put to the test. I'm going to pass it over to Sean Swanson, our aquatics supervisor, who's the leader of our aquatics team, to share a little bit more detail on our staff's heroic response to the medical emergency that occurred at Southside Pool.
Together with my coordinators, Sarah Voss and Kevin DeFranco, we train our lifeguards and really stress prevention and safety and how to respond to emergency situations. I'm really proud of our staff in their response to a scary situation that we had at one of our pools. A city group, the Southside Kids Club, had 45 youth that were using our Southside pool, having a good time swimming. When one of our lifeguards who was watching them recognized this child go underwater and then abruptly become unconscious. Within 10 seconds, as we trained him to do, the lifeguard went into the water and everybody's training kicked in. She had activated the emergency action plan. By the time she had him to the side, a whole team of lifeguards was on hand responding. Lifeguard and pool manager Ty pulled the child out of the water and began an initial assessment. Meanwhile, 2 other lifeguards had already assumed positions in the response, one preparing to do ventilations and another one to do compressions. When no pulse or breathing was noted, 2 ventilations were given and then 3 compressions were given before the child responded and was again conscious and paying attention. And it's that diligence and that response and that training that our staff do that I'm very, very proud of, and that kept a situation that could have been much worse. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Sierra Voss, who has been with the city for 16 years, and this is actually her last week, but has really contributed to the culture of safety that the department has and has really built that situation.
Thank you, Sierra.
Victoria, which one's Victoria? Hi, Victoria. And Claire, Ty, right? And then Julia. Usually our lifeguards are working in the summer because they're still in school. Are you guys local students that are using this as a summer job? Why don't you tell us where you're going to school? And tell us a little bit about what happened, just quickly.
Okay, so I'm Victoria. I'm the one that saved the kid out of the water, and I go to CK McClatchy. I'm going to be a senior next year. And so what happened was, I'm sure you guys already heard, but basically I was scanning the water and I saw the kid. He was swimming fine before, and all of a sudden it looked like he was holding his breath and he wouldn't come up for like 5 or so seconds. So I just jumped in right away and got him, because at that point you just need to save the child. And then everyone else helped, of course, and without them...
You're next in the what happened.
Yeah, and then Ty helped me pull him out, and then Claire did 2 breaths, and Julia did the compressions. So it was definitely great teamwork, and I was really proud of everyone.
Thank you. Tell us where you go to school real quick, and then I have a special recognition for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Ty Patrick. I go to school at Sierra College in Rockland. I'm studying computer science.
Awesome. Ladies, Claire, Julia?
My name is Julia Gordetsky. I'm currently going to American River College in hopes of transferring to Sac State to their nursing program.
Awesome.
My name is Claire Hammond. I also go to school at CK McClatchy, and I'm going to be a senior this year.
Thank you. So I'm going to give you each a challenge coin, and these come out of the military when somebody does something heroic, and these are special to District 4, and they've got 3 mottos on them. Our city motto, Urbs Indomitable City, because we rise to the occasion. The national motto, E Pluribus Unum, from many come one. And then the final one is focus on the task at hand. Do well, do good, and clearly as lifeguards you have to pay attention to what's going on, and that's the kind of focus that saves lives. So thank you for what you've done. Thank you to our staff. Sierra, thank you for all that you've done for the city over 16 years, and we wish you well.
Really quickly. I would also like to give some quick recognition to our kids camp staff who played a key role in assisting with the emergency response and providing emotional safety support for our camp participants. As Vice Mayor Hansen mentioned, the child who was rescued did return to camp already, and he's happy and healthy.
Oh. You saved a life. Congratulations. I mean, what could be more significant and important than that? And I was a lifeguard when I was 19 years old, too. And, you know, I know how you react, that instinct in the moment, and you did the right thing. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. All right. Let us now, okay, I'm going to take up the consent, is that okay? The consent calendar first, please. Before we take public testimony for items not on the agenda, are there any items that members want to discuss or remove from the agenda?
So, Mr. Mayor, we are withdrawing both items number 9 and 14. Number 9 is the Sacramento Tourism Infrastructure District number 2018-04, and number 14 is the lease agreement for Sacramento Valley Station. Both of those items will be withdrawn.
Okay. Are there any other items? Councilmember Ashby.
Mayor, I'm not sure if there's public comment. I wanted to make one comment on one item, and I would be happy to move the entire consent calendar if you would indulge me for just a minute. Is Ken Hancock here? Where's Ken? Can you come up here for a second? I'll just talk really quick while he's walking up here, but I just really wanted to point him out because he's a member of our staff that often does work that doesn't end up in front of the council, but he's exceptional. This is a really great city employee, and this item, number 13, is complicated and tough, and it's been in his capable hands for about the last year. He actually took it over from somebody else. It was challenging. He did it. I appreciate you very much. This is great work, and I just wanted him to get good recognition while he's at the council.
That's great. Really important thing to do, Mr. Hancock. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks for your great work. I'll move the consent.
It's been moved and seconded. Again, absent items 9 and 14, which have been removed from the calendar. All in favor, please say.
I have one speaker.
You have one speaker. Sorry.
I have one speaker on item number 2, Frank Topping.
Hi, Frank.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Not that we would have any underhanded politicians nationwide that would slip in any messages that would be totally inappropriate on a Homeland Security grant, but if so, I would, since it's only $25,000 especially, if there's any messages that come along about refugees that would be considered inappropriate, I would reject it out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Mr. Mayor, I did have one more speaker, Dave Janae, on items 16 and 20.
All right, Mr. Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 items here, and I'm not sure I've got 2 minutes to speak on 2 items, which I think is something we need to review on consent items. If I had 4 items on the consent calendar to talk about, I'd have, 30 seconds each? That's not the Brown Act. But let me address the issues with the time I have available, and I thank you for that opportunity, although it's my right. People stand up here and thank you for an opportunity to speak. Often wonder about that. It's their right. Item 16, who is Econolite? Are the 2 officers that developed these cameras in their garage for the city because you couldn't afford them at the time when the budget couldn't provide those to the city? Have they been left out? Are we going outside when we have qualified people inside? Item 20, studies, 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 consultants, consultants, consultants. We spend millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars for consultants when city staff who's hired should be qualified to do the work. Let's do the work inside those talented and wonderful people we have on city staff who give us their efforts every day. Reward them by showing your appreciation for the fact that you don't have to go to outside people for these studies. I'm sick and tired of spending thousands and thousands of our taxpayer dollars for studies and consultants. Keep it at home. Keep it with our own city staff. Thank you very much. And Mr. Hanson, I need more help from you. I'm in my twilight years in hospice case. You won't have to put up with me much longer. But while I'm here, I need your help, sir.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second on the consent calendar. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. The consent calendar, items 1 through 8, 10 through 13, and 15 through 23 pass on a vote of 7-0. Thank you very much. We will now move to public testimony for items not on the agenda. We do have 25 speakers. It would be my intent, if everyone stays within the 2 minutes, it should be within the hour, but we're going to take another full hour to hear public testimony on items not on the agenda, and then we have a lengthy number of items on the agenda, and we will move to that in an hour. So this is 5:37. Let's begin, please.
Thank you. This meeting is being video streamed and can be viewed live on the city's website or viewed later from the archive files. Members of the public who wish to address the council should complete a speaker slip, which can be found at the back of the room. Speaker slips need to be turned in to the clerk prior to the beginning of each item. And so that everyone has the opportunity to address the council, members of the public are asked to observe the rules of decorum. The council rules of procedure outline decorum expected in chambers and can be found on our website. A copy is in the back of the room and is summarized on the back of the speaker slip. For instance, use of swear words, yelling from the audience, physically threatening conduct, and displays of disrespect are discouraged. The presiding officer will request that a person cease any disruptive conduct, and if not immediately stopped, the presiding officer will direct the person to leave the council meeting.
Okay.
Each speaker has 2 minutes to address the council. A cordless microphone or assisted listening device is available from the clerk. Please silence your cell phones or other communication devices and refrain from using flash photography or lights on video equipment, and parking validations are also available from the clerk.
Before you go, Madam Clerk, I just want to announce if anybody is here on item 27, this is the Cannabis Equity Program issue. It is being continued tonight, Mr. Junay, so it's scheduled tentatively, and I say tentatively, so please check, for August the 9th, which is a Thursday. Council meeting that week is on a Thursday because of National Night Out. Thursday, probably in the afternoon, but of course it'll be properly agendized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 28 speakers. The first is T.N. Purser, then Juve Spooner, then Bobby Ramy Clark. T.N. Purser. Is T.N. here? No. Juve Spooner. After Juve is Bobby Ramy Clark, and then Michael Voy.
Can you zoom in on that, please? Can you zoom in on the bottom, please?
Zoom in on the bottom, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. What you see right now is we see what says refuse to lose is because there's a saying that my uncle told me when I was a kid. If you got something, you want to do something, you reach for your stars and you go for it. Dreams come become reality, and you never forget that. The guy that's standing next to me right here, I know y'all can't see him, but that's actually me, Stefan, my friend Andrew, and my friend Jeffrey. Now, out of that picture, it's only me and Jeffrey that's left alive. Short and sweet. My son, my 3-year-old son, he went with me and my Uncle KJ today for breakfast, and IHOP, he asked me, how come Uncle Stefan doesn't come over? Did you guys get into an argument? And I tell him no. And I tell him each day, just know your uncle loves you. Just know that God that always will love you. Because how do you guys explain to a 3-year-old that he can't see his uncle, his God no more? There's a saying, what goes around comes around, and like liberty and justice for all. That's why if you guys actually pay attention and realize, every time we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I take a knee, because where's the justice for Stephon or Brandon? It's just like this. If I kill a cop, I'm going to prison. So why isn't freaking Mendicott or Robin in jail? Or why is the other ones who had Smith in custody in jail? I want to see what the difference is. I really don't. It's just like if you do a crime, you do a time. That's what I was taught. Just like when I went to juvie when I was a kid. It's because, one, I ain't snitching no
Sir,
brothers.
your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Short and sweet. Y'all want to sit up here and say it?
Thank you, Mr. Spooner.
No, I'm not done yet. I
Go
got
ahead,
one thing-
Mr.
one
Spooner,
thing
you
to
need
say.
to be done here, sir. We've got an hour. That's all. Thank
Our
you,
next
sir.
speaker is Bobby Ramey Clark. Are you Barbara?
Tien Purser.
Tien. Thank you, Tien.
Sorry, I was sitting way in the back. This is my first time speaking here. Hello, my name is Tien Purser. This is my first time since my parents and siblings immigrated from Saigon, Vietnam in 1975 to Sacramento, and I would like to share my story and situation with you. But I first would like, it's a little bit nervous, but I would like to thank Your Honor Mayor Steinberger and each one of the Sacramento City members, present and past, for your intense love, passion, hard work, and vision and dedication to continue to make City of Sacramento a wonderful, safe, modern, advanced metropolitan city and old world, Western, Victorian charm and heritage that it is today. Since my family immigrated to Sacramento from Vietnam, my parents achieved the American dream, raised a loving family, started a successful business, but this came with unexpected loss through the years. My mother, father, and aunt all went home to be with the Lord from terminal illness. It is just my brothers and I. Therefore, my parents' business at 300 El Camino Avenue is more than a business. It is my family's legacy. In 2014, I had no choice but to close my parents' business due to depression and a nervous breakdown. I don't know how this works, but I am here to ask and seek your help concerning the mistreatment of Sacramento City planners, Mr. Norman and Ms. Hageney. In July 27, 2017, I submitted the original plans my mother submitted when she remodeled our family's business in 1997. The reason for this is I am not proposing any new additions. Everything on the property is the same. My parents' business has now been in existence and in operations for nearly 80 years since the early 1940s, according to Sacramento City County Clerk's Office. On August 28, 2017, I met with assistant planners where they said to me my plans were unacceptable because they were not professionally drawn. What they said is incorrect. These are original, professionally drawn and approved plans by Sacramento City planners in 1997. Mr. Norman and Ms. Hageney then said I needed to remove the approved Sacramento City planner's stamp of 1997 and the architect stamp, stating it was confusing to the process, and to make other minor adjustments.
Mr. Purser, your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
If you want to submit the written document to us, you're asking us to look into a permitting issue involving your family. As I was listening to it, we're happy to have the city manager and
renewing
team
the
look at this.
conditional use permit, sir.
Okay, just, your 2 minutes is up, but we're happy to take your documentation and to follow up with you, okay?
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
If you could hand, I don't know if you got a written description of the problem. If you hand that, we'll get it to the city manager to follow up, okay?
Okay.
Just hand that to Nell right there, and we'll make sure that we get back. Is your phone number and address on it? Okay, if you do that so we know how to get in contact with you, all right? Thank you very much. Okay.
Bobby?
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, evening. 2 minutes is not enough. I'm here to ask for the City Council to consider the just cause and rent control. I lived in District 2, and my landlord rushed me out so that they could re-rent the place and raise the rent for the next renter. I had to move into a place, me and my grandchildren. I'm a grandmother. I'm taking care of 3 grandchildren. And I had to pay over $3,000 to move into a roach-infested home because we were rushed out of the place that we lived in just so they could raise the rent. So we really do need rent control here. And it took me almost an illness to get rid of that situation once I got in there. And so it's very difficult to try to find housing here in Sacramento. They want to do not only background checks on you and your teenagers, and then they want to ask you for 3 times the rent to move in. It's so hard to even find a place to stay. And then when they can sit up and raise the rents the way they get away with, it just makes it harder. And when you have grandchildren that you're trying to keep out of the system, and you got to keep a roof over their head, that makes it harder for families to try to stay together. So anything that your council can do to help us grandmothers, help us parents, help us low-income workers to be able to stay in their housing and not to be gored by these landlords, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Michael Voy, then Brenda Anderson, then Elizabeth McDaniel.
Evening, Mayor, council members. I was going to speak about erroneous statements that were made at the end of the last city council meeting by a member of District 8 and supported by the mayor. But rather than do that, I can do that at a later time. Since the cannabis issue is probably being pulled, I think I'm going to talk about that. And I want to know who is actually supporting and who's behind this big cannabis push. I don't understand it, because what I'm finding is that there's going to be 2 tiers of cannabis. There's going to be the expensive, tested, and packaged cannabis, and then there's going to be black market cannabis. There'll be 2 markets. Because you haven't eliminated the black market yet. I think that's a pipe dream. And so who's pushing for this? And we're pushing for equity, supposedly, when you read in the paper that, there's a shortage of cannabis. The licensed dispensaries that we have don't even have product on the shelves, some of them, because they aren't hooked up. So we need more cannabis distribution. This makes no sense at all. You've been back and forth, and I've talked about any number of issues where the policy is just totally inconsistent. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Anderson, then Elizabeth McDaniel, then Paul Andrews.
Thank you. This is my closing of the book of my chapter here with the Sacramento City Council. I'm relocating to Charlotte, North Carolina, but I wanted to share this last perspective with you. I believe that the bridge between communication is understanding. Once you've reached that understanding, you will get your resources, your justice. So I admonish the public to gear your communications in a way that will give you that understanding you need to receive what you're asking for. Also, I would like for you to know that the Sacramento City Council does not have a magic wand, and they are not perfect. So we must have a conscience when we come forward that we are asking for some things that take quite a large task: meetings, objections, reviews, plans, monies, options. It's quite a vast avenue. So we must give them the consideration to address our needs. I'm not saying that you're wrong to come here. This is where we need to be. They need us here to tell them how we need our city to function so that they can function our city for us. But please, I ask of you, if you're disruptive, then you will not be able to communicate and you will not be able to receive what you need. It is the bridge to understanding. Communicate and communicate and communicate. Give them every avenue they have to help you. And we can all have this forum, the function for on both sides of the podium. They don't want to come here and find an empty room, and you don't want to come here and find empty council. So we come together, please. Thank you so very much. I hope that some of the things I've said have merit, and I hope my spirit lives with you.
Ms. Anderson? Ms. Anderson, I want to wish you the very best as you move, did you say to Charlotte? North
Carolina.
North Carolina. You have always been a voice of reason and with a big heart. And we will miss you, and I will remember what you've said, and especially what you said tonight. I think that really hit home, at least with me. So all the best to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Elizabeth McDaniel, then Paul Andrews.
I have good news, good news. Jesus is coming. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. All evildoers will soon be cut off, and the wicked will wither away as the grass. We all need to repent daily. I ditto this woman. My God, we are all human beings. None of us are perfect. All of us have sinned and come short of the glory of God. So we just want to be a blessing here. This is a bottle here. So how many of you know that the love of money is the root of all evil? Okay, so I say that because this bottle I take to the recycle center, and okay, this is not my bottle I purchased, but if I were to tear this off and give it to the recycle people, they won't give me money. I go to the food bank and get water and food for the homeless and give that out to them, but if they have these type of bottles, they can't recycle it. It's kind of like an oxymoron, if you please, because it's like I thought that we didn't want the city littered and the gutters and stuff with the plastic. So you recycle, you get money if you purchase it. Okay, I guess the idea is that they didn't purchase it, right? So they can't have money. You know, so this that's happening here in Sacramento, it's like it's just beyond greed. It's like it's evil, and the devil is evil, and Satanism is evil, and you know, and I've heard that term, Illuminati. No, Jesus is the luminary, I'm the illuminator, and that's dark and that's naughty, because it goes beyond the greed, it goes into just being pure evil. No one has the compassion here for someone else. I like to know what's really going on concerning these bottles being recycled, because when I pay for mine, if this is not on it, I still want my money back. Again, I submit to you, Mayor and Council, be not wise in your own eyes, fear the Lord, and depart from evil. God bless you, heaven smile upon you, and avenge Stephon Clark and Brandon Smith, and yes, to rent control. Whew. All right, God bless you all.
Next speaker is Paul Andrews, then David A.R. Barnes, then Chris Rogers.
Hi, council members. I just want to share my personal experience on why I feel that rent control is important. My own experience is living in Midtown for about 17 years. At the most recent place I lived in was in 2012. I paid $850 a month in rent. At that time, I moved out, and shortly after, some friends of mine that lived there as well got kicked out because it had been purchased and they wanted to double the rents. So my apartment went from $850 a year or a month in 2012 to $1,895 a month in 2014. Nothing else about it changed. They literally bought it, painted it, put a coat of paint on there, and started selling it through or renting it through vintage properties in order to get the boosted sales for people that were looking for Victorians. My friends got kicked out of their apartment, which also got bumped up to $1,895, and basically the place was trying to hit a high spot and then just drop the rent until someone finally bit at the right rental, and theirs was a 2-bedroom that was around $550 or $600. I understand my experience, for the most part, I'm pretty well off, so I don't have to worry about this as much, but we have a lot of service sectors employees who live downtown, who make downtown what downtown is. And when we kick them out to the suburbs, make them commute every day, increase air pollution, because now we're having them have to buy cars, have to drive for 30 to 45 minutes. have to provide all this additional income that they don't necessarily have just to be able to exist in this area when we solely depend on them to make the experience what it is. So I just feel like we really need to focus and make sure rent control is a priority in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speakers David Barnitz, Chris Rogers, then Karen Corbs.
Good evening. I'll get right to it. My name is David A.R. Barnitz. I'm an ordained deacon of Westminster Presbyterian Church, and our congregation is deeply troubled by the growing crisis of thousands of homeless citizens trapped by extreme poverty and forced to live a life of fear and suffering on the streets of our city. Instead of finding comfortable shelter for the thousands of citizens who need a safe place to reside, we have criminalized extreme poverty and punished and dehumanized our own citizens, our own sisters and brothers, because they cannot afford a place to live. I confess I am a Christian. I love Jesus. I speak from the Christian perspective as I see it. But if you claim to love Jesus and yet ignore the desperation of the homeless, just what part of do unto others escapes you? What part of love God and love your neighbor as yourself do you find difficult to fathom? Have you never heard it said that there but for the grace of God go you or I? Do you not believe it? The congregation at Westminster dedicated this past church year to an exploration of the role of progressive Christianity in the most pressing social justice issues of our time: immigration, racial injustice, sexuality and gender identity, equality and homelessness, and global warming. We intend to develop plans of action for a progressive, socially just Christianity, which is less concerned about what you believe about Jesus and more concerned about what we believe Jesus would have us do together to make this a better world. Join us as we try to find a way to bring about greater Christian understanding, greater all-inclusive Christian loving kindness, and ever greater Christian action to heal this heartbroken, cynical, and confused world. God help us all, and safe ground for all. Thank you,
sir.
very much for allowing me to speak.
Miss Rogers, Chris Rogers, and then Karen Corbs, and after Karen is James Jackson, Jr. Welcome, Miss Rogers.
Welcome. Happy 4th of July, City Council. Fireworks are not the only culprits of random fires. CAL FIRE has noted on average 103 wildfires in California are started due to illegal open fires each year. You can add these two examples to that number. The first photo is a grass fire from an illegal camping area at U and 30th from last Sunday. Notice it got as far as the trees. High winds could have sent hot ash out further, but it didn't. The other photos show that what I drove by at Alhambra and X yesterday morning, less than a block away from the other fire. Burn marks go up to the freeway. I saw melted bikes, shopping carts, computer parts, and various items stuck to the burnt garbage. My neighbors have reported illegal campfires at this drug addict hotspot in the past. I went back later in the day and Caltrans was there. They swept up needles and drug paraphernalia along with the rest of the burnt trash. Whether these specific fires were started by drugs, I cannot say. I can say that evidence shows drugs were present in the camp. Let's be honest. People using illegal drugs are not in their right minds. It doesn't matter whether they're cooking heroin, food, or just pass out while smoking. A fire can happen for all these reasons at a camp. Instead of being reactive and cleaning up after fires like these, doesn't it make more sense for our city to initiate a more proactive approach? For instance, number one, a boots-on-the-ground professional outreach team who can visit camps each week, build relationships, and offer support. Including harm reduction services on this team would be smart. Number two, a robust police task force focused on arresting the drug dealers who cater to the street addicts. If our city leaders can provide a common sense, proactive approach to the drug issues on the streets, it could lighten the load of other city resources, including our fire departments who are already overwhelmed this time of year. It could also help protect the homeless people who suffer from drug and crime activity on our streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Corbs. After Ms. Corbs is James Jackson, Jr., Robert Copeland, and Ian Lee.
Thank you.
I'm here today to talk about the 2018-2019 operating budget for the City of Sacramento. According to City Budget line item 13.13, each City Council member is being allocated $50,000 for the utility box artwork program. This represents $450,000 of the taxpayers' money that will be spent on decorating electrical boxes around the city. Really? This is how you want to spend our money? In case you didn't know, we have a heroin and meth crisis taking place right here in the capital of California and along the WX corridor. We are in desperate need of services here in Sacramento. We need more police, more solid waste cleanup, and more intervention. I'm all in favor of supporting the arts in Sacramento, but to do so in lieu of targeting the real issues like the heroin and meth explosion that are deteriorating and devastating our city is just silly. It's an injustice to the city and to the residents that live here. Why is decorating utility boxes more important than public safety? As a reminder, we have one of the lowest number of police officers per resident ratio in the state. We have 1.3 officers per 1,000 residents.
Amen.
We need more officers. We need a drug enforcement team. We need more outreach. A neighbor was at a Cops and Coffee recently where a police representative mentioned that there are no plans to put together a robust drug enforcement team. How can this be when we have a robust meth and heroin problem right here on the streets? Not only do we need more police, we need more people cleaning up along the WX. Every day I witness more and more drug addicts living on the streets and living in filth. Maybe you should consider taking that money from the general fund and reallocating it to the police department to hire additional police officers to deal with the drug explosion along the WX corridor, or give the money to solid waste to help their efforts in cleaning up the illegal dumping that is taking place. I'm sure there are plenty of local high school artists that would love to showcase their artwork on the utility boxes around town. You don't need to spend $450,000 of our tax dollars to do this. Thank you.
Ms. Corbs, thank you. Your time is up. I just wanted to clarify on that. It says may be allocated, and I think it's based on the community raising money. So it creates a fund that's available, but there's not actually money allocated in that particular budget item. We'll follow up again. I know you contacted my office about that, and we'll provide you even more information.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, Mr. Jackson, then Mr. Copeland, Mr. Lee. After Mr. Lee is Giovanna Farhado.
Hello, my name is James J. Jackson Jr. I'm a fourth-generation Sacramentan, and there is a lot that I want to say to this city council, especially Mayor Steinberg. It's very hard for me to stay here restrained. There's a lot that I want to yell at you. There's a lot I want to scream at you. For the sake of time and people in this crowd who might have anxiety, I will not do that. I will say the things that I do want to say as succinctly and quickly as possible. Number one, I want to say that Black Lives Matter and the treatment by this city council towards the Black Lives Matter community and the organizers has been disgraceful. Disgraceful, there's no other word for it. I would also like to say I strongly stand in support of rent control and rent stabilization and just cause eviction in this city. It needs to happen. I am the son of an economist. Any competent economist will tell you that an under-regulated market is just going to be prone to crisis and boom and bust. And that is what we are seeing right now in the homelessness issue in our city. It is a crisis, and it is a crisis that can be corrected, not entirely by rent stabilization and just cause eviction, but it would put a significant dent in it. And lastly, I would just like to say that if Mayor Steinberg is going to talk over us in our public comment or follow up during our public comments, he could at least stay for the entirety of public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. After Mr. Jackson is Mr. Copeland. After Mr. Copeland is Ian Lee, then Giovanna Fajardo. Hopefully I said that right, and then Tammy Dramer. Robert, Mr. Copeland, I understand that congratulations or good wishes are in order for your birthday tomorrow.
Yes,
so happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. I was going to speak these comments last week, but I was never called. But you know how much a person on SSI gets a month? $910. Most people on SSI are struggling to pay rent, food, medication, electricity. If we don't get rent control, you're going to see a lot more people on SSI homeless. And that's a fact, because rent's going up the fastest in the nation in Sacramento. My niece has 2 children. She works in she can't find a place to live with her 2 young daughters. We need rent control and rent stabilization right now, or she loses her grandma. So we need rent control right now. And everybody vote yes on Prop 10, the Affordable Housing Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Have a great birthday tomorrow. Ian Lee and Giovanna. Ian, are you here? Ian is next. Ian is first, and then Giovanna.
Go ahead.
And then after Giovanna is Tammy Dramer, then David Mandel and Michelle Paraset.
Hi, my name's Ian. I'm a member of CWA Local 9404, as well as the Democratic Socialists of America. I'll be brief. When I first moved to Sacramento 5 years ago, my rent was $750. Now that same place is going for more than $1,200. And that's pretty mild compared to a lot of situations that have been happening throughout Sacramento, as you well know. Far too many people are being displaced, far too many people are being made homeless, and there's been put way too much economic pressure upon working families in Sacramento. So please support rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections for Sacramentans, because families are in crisis and it's the moral thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Giovanna? After Giovanna again is Tammy, David, and then Michelle Paraset.
So, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Giovanna Fajardo, estoy aquí con la Alianza de Californianos para el Poder Comunitario. Quería compartir mi testimonio de uno de nuestros miembros del Distrito 8, Nancy. Ella es una madre soltera que tiene 3 hijas y en el último 2 años le han aumentado la renta más de $600. Ella tuvo que salirse de su hogar y vivir en un cuarto, a rentar un cuarto de un compañero. Porque no hay control de renta, no hay protecciones para esta familia. No nomás ella perdió su hogar, donde estaba viviendo con sus hijos, pero también estaban viviendo malas condiciones. Ella y sus hijas tuvieron que sacarlas de sus escuelas, de los programas. Como es madre soltera, en el apartamento que ella vivía, los diferentes madres solteras se ayudaban, cuidaban sus hijas. Ella trabaja como mesera en uno de los restaurantes aquí en Downtown, Sacramento, y ella tiene que ver lo que puede hacer para pagar su renta. Y por eso, por esta madre Nancy y por todos los miembros y la gente de nuestra comunidad, necesitamos control de renta ahora. No nomás pensar en cómo está afectando a los dueños de los apartamentos, pero pensar cómo está afectando a las familias, cómo está afectando a nuestros niños aquí en Sacramento. Gracias.
Thank you very much. After Ms. Dramer is David Mandel, Michelle Paraset, and we have 14 speakers to go.
Hi, my name is Tammy Dramer, and I'm a resident of District 6. I would just like to point out, in light of Giovanna's testimony, that most cities provide language translation utensils or services. The city does not. So, but I also wanted to talk about how many times I've kind of stood here and talked about housing policy and advocating on behalf of good housing policies. It's been a decade, maybe even 2 now. I tried to count back. Most of the time, the things that I was advocating for, you voted against, all of you. And most of the things I advocated against, you voted for. And here we are, in the midst of this city's historic housing crisis. And so we need to take some steps to work together and make some self-correcting policy decisions. You've all been here long enough that a lot of this burden is on you and is reflected in the policies that you passed in the past. So let's take a hard look at some of the things that the advocates and well-educated folks that come up here and talk about housing policy with you are talking about, and pay a little bit less attention to some of our industry associations and industry lobbyists, because what they are telling you isn't working. And it's time. So please support rent control and just cause eviction protections for Sacramentans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dramer. Mandel. After Mr. Mandel is Michelle Paraset, and then James Needler, and then Jonah Paul.
Hey. Mayor Steinberg and City Council, I'm David Mandel from District 4. I am a landlord for rent control because the health of our community is more important than my ability to rake in an outsized profit just because I was lucky and privileged enough to buy a place when it was affordable. The person who rents a room in my house works for a nonprofit dedicated to upholding civil rights. I'm glad I can provide her with housing at modest rent. Opponents of rent control argue that it alone will not make housing widely affordable. Viewed narrowly, that's correct, but it's no excuse. We can't be paralyzed into doing nothing. We need rent control, and then we also need more. We also need real protection from eviction, which is incentivized if landlords can raise rents without limit upon vacancy. To do that, we need to repeal Costa-Hawkins. And if you're serious about tackling the problem, you will take a strong position for that initiative too. We need to reverse the tax schemes that favor owners of expensive homes. That's a national and a state issue, but you can help make it happen by speaking out on both income tax deductions and property tax. The infamous Prop 13 needs to be revised to continue protecting homeowners with modest incomes while abolishing the loopholes for second homes and businesses. And we need to see a lot more affordable housing built. Some say rent control will destroy the incentive for this, but that's true only if we continue the current system of shoveling paltry public funds to private developers. In most of the civilized world, government actually builds large amounts of quality housing for middle-income workers as well as the most needy. You should support ownership by community land trusts, which can ensure permanent affordability by removing housing from the speculative market. Now we call the housing market good or strong when prices rise, but it's only good for those who are in a position to profit merely from the circumstance of ownership. The same market conditions are terrible for those who can't afford a decent home, owned or rented.
Mr. Mandel, your time is up. Please give us your final comment.
My last two lines here. Instead, we need to recognize housing as a human right, something everyone needs and deserves. That more measures are needed is no excuse for blocking rent control. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Parasette. After you, we have 10 more speakers. James Needler, Jonah Paul, John Parker are the next three. Please proceed.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Michelle Parasette with Public Advocates. We're part of the Housing for Sacramento Coalition. We've been coming to council meetings for several weeks in a row to tell our personal stories of huge rent increases and evictions. I hope these stories have moved you and give you more give you more of a complete understanding of the real struggles renters are facing. If the stories you heard in chambers weren't enough, on June 30th, the Sacramento Bee reported that, again, we had the fastest rising rents of any major U.S. metro area. They also reported that Sacramento now has the seventh highest median rent in the western states, beaten only by San Jose, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, Seattle, and Denver. Fastest rising rent is not the category Sacramento should strive to be number one in. During the council's recess, we will be continuing to hear from renters by launching a series of town halls focusing on the skyrocketing rents in our city. Our first town hall will be held at Organized Sacramento on July 18th at 6 p.m. We invite each of you to join us there, and at the other town halls we'll be hosting in your districts. While you're on recess, I ask each of you to reflect on the kind of council member you want to be. Will you be the member that prioritizes the philosophical concerns of a few dozen business people and developers over the majority of the people in Sacramento who are renters? Or will you be the member who is a consensus builder, who works with community members to create a Sacramento that works for everyone? Please choose carefully because we need your help. Thank you.
Speaker is James Needler, then Jonah Paul, then John R. Parker.
Hello everyone, my name is James Kreidler and I'm a resident of Sacramento and I'm here to support rent control. Similar to what Mr. Copeland said before, he makes about $900 in SSI per month. I work for Meals on Wheels as a caseworker and we have people that make maybe $800, $900 a month in Social Security. And when we have rent increases that outpace Social Security increases, we have people that are 60, 70 years old who get kicked out of their homes. I've had clients who have been kicked out of their homes because they cannot make rent. So please, we need rent control, not for the people in the working and middle class, but people that are retired and rely upon Social Security. It's our grandmothers and our grandfathers that get kicked out of their homes too. Now, to talk about one point about the developers. They say that, oh, if we put in rent control, that will slow down building construction and housing construction. Well, if you do the inverse of that argument, then with all the rent increases that have been happening, that should increase the supply of housing in Sacramento. Where is all that construction going? There has been no construction been going on in Sacramento. All the rent increases have been just going into their pockets. Okay, they're not building enough, and they're just getting rich off of us right now. Okay, you're being hoodwinked by their arguments. Okay, similar to how Wall Street got the bailouts in 2008. They didn't reinvigorate the economy. They just took the money, put it in their pockets, and went out to the bank. You are being hoodwinked by the developers. They just want to make more and more money. Please, do not believe what they say. We need rent control. We need rent control. If you oppose rent control, you increase homelessness. If you oppose rent control, you will increase homelessness. It is price gouging at its finest. Do you support businesses that charge $50 for a case of water after a hurricane? It's the same thing, all right? It's a housing crisis, and they're taking advantage of desperate people. All right, rent control is simple. We are tying it to the Consumer Price Index. We're not stopping rent increases. We're tying it to...
Will you make your final comment, please?
Rent control now. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jonah Paul, then John Parker, then Andy Sutherland.
Hello, my name is Jonah Paul. I live in District 5, and I'm with the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to talk to you tonight about my generation. I was born in the 80s, so I'm one of the late millennials. The St. Louis Federal Reserve just released a study about my generation, the 80s millennials, and how we're 34% behind where they anticipated my generation would be due to the Great Recession. People of my generation won't be able to own a home, and that means that the majority of them are going to be renters. In the city of Sacramento, we have the fastest growing rate of rent in the country, and even in the county, it's something that the rates are even higher. I think it's 14% in North Highlands. I'm not here to talk to you, the better angel of your nature, because I don't think that that's what's at issue here. I just don't think that you see us as posing, a threat to your power. But I want to talk to you a little bit about current events. As a DSA member, we endorsed Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in Bronx, and she unseated her incumbent by a wide margin. We've been receiving new members in our organization in this local chapter, about 3 a day. And we keep growing, and we have to put our energies towards something. Our rent control is the most important issue to the millennials in Sacramento. And if you are not able to do something about it, we're going to be running people in every district. We're gonna rail against this and organize until it's done. But you have something that you can play. You can be the agent of change here and win my generation back over, and they'll stop coming to us. But otherwise,
Mr. Paul, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
After Mr. Paul, Parker. Next up is John Parker, then Andy Sunderland, Richard King, and Jeff Tartagia. Welcome, Mr. Parker.
Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, my name is John Parker. I moved to Sacramento in 2008. Since I've been here, I've been a tenant the entire time. I'm an attorney, and I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here with my 3 children. I appreciate your patience and paying attention to me, just as my kids have been paying attention for a while now at this point. My son Henry, who's 8, yesterday was playing a video game, and I told him he had to stop. And his reaction to my request made me ask him, what's the most important thing in your life? Is it a video game? And he said, no, it isn't. He was right. He said the most important things are food, clothing, and shelter, because I have to have those things to exist. And he's right. What we're here to talk about today is shelter, the one thing that every single human being needs in order to have their material conditions met and to be able to live with dignity. Housing is not a consumer good. It's a necessity of life, and accordingly, rent has to be regulated according to the public good. It's very clear rent is going higher in Sacramento. It's rising higher in Sacramento than anywhere else in the entire United States. When landlords can hike up rent without any restraint, when they can evict tenants with no reason other than to seek more lucrative profits, families who rent and their children are specifically affected. They face housing uncertainty and the possibility of homeless. For children, that means an uncertain place to know whether or not they're going to go to school, whether or not they're going to be able to bond with their teachers and peers, whether or not they're going to be able to progress to the next grade. There's a real consequence for families. And we're here to say support tenants, support people over profits, support families over landlords and vulture capitalists. So we're here to say for the tens of thousands of families in Sacramento who rent control will provide critical material protection for our families and our children specifically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Thanks, girls. Andy Sunderland, Richard King, Jeff Tartagia, and then Russell Rollins.
Hi, I'm Andy Sunderland. I'm with the Democratic Socialists of America. So I moved, I've lived in Sacramento most of my life. I moved back after college in about 2012, 2013, at which point I could get a one-bedroom apartment in Midtown for $625 a month. And yeah, 5 years seems like a long time, but I had to move out of that apartment because $625 even was more than half my income. So I ended up moving into some substandard housing in North Oak Park, where we had to worry about the wiring burning our house down, the people coming by every day and trying to offer us cash, to buy the house off our landlord, because it's a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood. And then by the time I moved out of that house, where, we found feces in our washing machine because the plumbing was so messed up, by the time I moved out of that house, just a couple years ago, rent had gone up so that a one-bedroom apartment in any of these areas, North Oak Park, Midtown, anyone who wants to, live close to work, reduce their carbon footprint, would like to live, is going to be about $1,200. So I moved from a $625 apartment to a $400 a month apartment or room in a house. And do I have $3,000 for first, last, and deposit suddenly? Have my wages doubled in the last 5 years? Has anyone's wages doubled in the last 5 years? No. But as Jonah said, the number of organized socialists in the Sacramento area has doubled in the last 5 years, and we will keep growing. Thank you.
Richard King, then Jeffrey Tartagia, then Russell Rawlings.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I guess, as you can hear from my voice, I come from a different place to Sacramento. I'm originally from Australia. I moved here 4 years ago to the Midtown Sacramento area, and I will be honest with you, before I moved over here, I didn't actually even know where Sacramento was. But what's blown me away in the short time that I've been in Sacramento is a community that I've developed whilst I've been here. It's a fantastic place to live and work. However, with the current state of rising rents in the state they are, we're destroying the community that's in the downtown and the broader Sacramento area. And so I'm just here to say that from an outsider's perspective, this rent control is very important so we keep the very diverse community that Sacramento is famous for. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Tartagia, then Russell Rawlings, then Frank Topping. Tartagia? There you are.
You can put the rent control back up because indeed that is an issue. But I will also bring to you right now is this very urgently, you need to get a stop sign put in the construction on H Street because right now, with only one lane being in front of the county administration building on the side, you have a constant interference with your Gold Line light rail. So Steve Henson, just like over in Oak Park, Jay Shanero's district, somewhere the city needs to do, and this is Howard, somewhere the city needs a better job of communicating what construction projects are going on and how they are impacting the transportation system. Because you're doing on Broadway Boulevard, and I believe in Stockton, work that have blocked a number of bus stop locations, right next to the food bank and other locations. Just like we discussed food and housing, you know, these are issues, and you do not make it a helpful environment. Unintentional consequences, Mayor, of when you sat at City College and talked about being opposed to rent control, you offered no alternative that's working. So please, come up with a better solution. I would like to see with this renter rebate how well this is working, because it seems like there's not enough. And the problems that you have had, and some of you have inherited from before, but like learning here in downtown, you're collecting no accessibility field to mitigate anything in downtown area. You made that a decision till 2019. Decisions were made beforehand of you. You need to look at what needs to be changed now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Russell. Our next speaker is Russell Rawlings, then Frank Topping, then Dave Janae.
Evening, Russell.
Good evening, Council. It's been a long time since I've been in these chambers, so I apologize if it's actually very difficult. My name is Russell Rawlings. I am a resident of District 5. I am a resident of the Sherman Oaks Complex SHRA building. I have now been employed for exactly 1 year as of today. I have actually been one of those few people probably in the city boundaries that has more than doubled their income. However, I am still housing insecure. I have studied this market. I've been watching for months and months and months for a place to move into where I could give up my apartment to someone who really desperately needs a affordable housing option. And I have not yet found one. Have not found one that I could also continue to work to get to and from work and live where I do. And I don't live that close to work. I'm about 2.75 miles away from work. So I just, remind you all that this is a very pressing issue. It's very real. It affects so many people. I also have something else that I've written as I've watched over the past few weeks, as so many people have come to you. When? I feel that there are so very many questions unanswered, both in this chamber and in this city streets that begin with this word. When will the city stop with the killing, evicting, and marginalizing of its black, brown, mentally or radically gendered or ungendered, disabled, and unhoused and poor? When will we, all the people of Sacramento, get the leadership that we need from you to ensure that the police will not destroy our neighborhoods, carrying out policies that you've acknowledged yourselves unfairly target marginalized people? When will we be brave enough to take the seats in the dais, filling them with people who have enough humanity to care more about people than profit?
Your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
To fill these seats of power with the people who have collectively cried out in these very chambers, when will we be heard?
Our next speaker is Frank Topping, then Dave Janae, and Elliot Stevenson.
Evening again, City Council. Lessen the impact. Why not? Empty lots from fire tragedies, each by being previously occupied, has the remnants of an electrical service drop. It also has the remnants of a sewer connect. It would be perfect for between 1 to 4, maybe 6 tiny cottages at very low impact on the community, depending on the community's preference for the number as appropriate. A shelter crisis declaration would help ease code requirements the City Council elects to take advantage of. This could also work to be training for apprentices in both electrical and labor and plumbing. No problem, as well as constructing the tiny cottages. I'm still in favor of the community concept, but this, without the structural central building, would give you options for each to have a little kitchen or something, and the bathroom type connect. Thank you.
Dave Janae and then Elliot Stevenson.
You're looking at rent control for 25 years in the city. In the last 10 years, I never raised the rent in our building. They're paying market rate when new tenants move in, well, at least $100 or below what I'm seeing as fair rent. And I thank the Kwong Family Trust for that, an elderly Chinese immigrant family who love this country and are allowing me to live in my apartment rent-free until I die, which will be very soon. I've met a lot of people in these chambers tonight. I've asked for some help. Anyone going eastbound on 8th Street who's here at the end of council chambers, end of council session, I would appreciate a ride home, because unfortunately I left my cell phone at home because I wanted to get here on time for these items. I made a promise to the Sacramento Police Department 911 Center, and I'll never forget or forsake that, and I'm sorry to see 4 empty chairs at the dais tonight. I need to have the support of Jay Chenier and Eric Guerrera and Alan Warren on this item. I need everybody. Our comm center employees are working 15-hour shifts. They needed 10 new positions last year. They didn't get them. I made a promise that I would bring this to the council every day before I die. I am here begging you to bring those positions forward. And Mr. Hanson, the reason I ask you specifically for some help is that I never have in the 25 years I've lived in this city and operated Crime Watch from 10 o'clock at night until 4 o'clock in the morning. Now I have to do it on foot. And I've got to tell you what a challenge it is. But I will be working for celebrity gunfire suppression and illegal fireworks tonight and tomorrow night because they need those extra eyes and ears.
Time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
My final comment is the police department needs training, and it's training that has cost the life of several of our African American neighbors. We'll talk about that another time. Thank you.
Next speaker. Speaker is Elliot Stevenson.
Good evening. I'm a second-generation Sacramentan and formerly a premier capital city booster. I love Sacramento, and I used to try and advertise it as best I could wherever I went. However, today I can no longer do that in good faith. Folks are hurting. People are being displaced. This may be good for business, but a city is not a business. It's a community. Without rent control and just cause eviction and a serious, concerted effort to build more affordable housing, Sacramento will face an existential crisis. What we are demanding is not out of the ordinary. What we are demanding is moral. Housing has been commodified, and as a result, so have the people who live there. Rent control and just cause eviction are merely first steps in an effort to abate Sacramento's housing crisis, but they are necessary steps. Do what's right by your constituents rather than by developers and speculators. Support rent control and just cause eviction now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have no more speaker slips for items not on the agenda that were turned in prior to the start of the item.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a comment to all those who have come out here on the housing-related issues and rent control, and for my colleagues too, because I know my colleagues have asked me to increase the number of focused workshops that we have on serious subjects. I know that I hear you, and I have been working many months now with some of your representatives and some members of the business community to see if we can find a solution. On August the 9th, I would like to agendize a housing workshop that focuses on the following 3 issues. One, how we credibly and legitimately establish a $100 million plus affordable housing trust fund in this city so that we have more resources for subsidy. Number 2, how we can work with the affordable housing community to further streamline our processes, both fee-wise and time-wise, so that there is a greater incentive to build affordable housing now, sooner rather than later. And third, I want to have a robust discussion here, not action on the 9th, but potentially soon after, about this issue of rent stabilization, specifically as it applies to people of middle to low income means here, so that we can do nothing that disincentivizes new supply and the need to build, but at the same time recognizes the plight of the many people whose stories we have heard over these past weeks and the many people suffering currently in our communities. So that's August 9th, a substantive, serious workshop with the intent to engage in action soon after on a number of fronts. I want to let everybody know that that will be agendized on the 9th of August. Thank you very much. Let us move on now to the remainder of the agenda. Let us begin with item 1? 24. Item 24, excuse me.
What happened to item 20?
Excuse me, item 24. Janae? No, enough. No. Item 24.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the Sacramento City Council. My name is Garrett Norman, the city's project planner for the Panhandle Annexation Project. The project is a request to annex approximately 589 acres into the city of Sacramento for future development of approximately 1,700 single-family homes and includes 2 parks, an elementary, middle, and high school, and an interconnected circulation network with multi-use trails and streets that can accommodate front-on housing, all of which make for a well-designed pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. The Panhandle project has been contemplated for annexation for the last 20 years. The project was first introduced to the city for annexation when the city's sphere of influence was amended in 1997. Later, in 2000, the City Council passed a resolution to annex the Panhandle area. During this time, the city also amended its general plan and North Natomas community plan to include this area in its study areas for future development. In 2005, the city received a formal application requesting annexation and development entitlements for the Panhandle project area. Because of the economic conditions that occurred in 2007, the proposed entitlements were never approved by council and the project ceased. Subsequent annexation efforts have taken place since 2007, including the adoption of a tax change agreement between the city and county in 2010. However, no land use entitlements were taken forward for approval. And this brings us to the current application that was submitted in February of 2016 and which is the subject project before you this evening. There has been extensive outreach during the review of this project. The outreach included 2 public meetings, 2 review and comment presentations to the Planning Commission, and the applicant continuously engaged with individuals and groups in the adjacent neighborhoods. Through the outreach process, there was positive feedback on the project, such as accommodating a range of lot sizes that include larger lots for move-up housing, and the incorporation of large parks, open space, trails, and schools. There were also community concerns expressed during the outreach process. These concerns were related to designating land for commercial use, the interface between the existing neighborhoods and the proposed development, and street connections into Sorrento Road. Every effort was made to integrate this new development with the adjacent communities so they can function harmoniously. An early proposal of the project included a 10-acre area designated for commercial use. The adjacent community felt the commercial designation was not necessary for this project, and staff agreed with the removal of the commercial property because there are several commercial centers within walking and biking distance of this project. Careful attention was paid to the interface between the proposed development and existing communities. This was captured by including requirements in the planned unit development guidelines that encourage new lots to be compatible where adjacent to existing lots, and by also designating the largest lots around the project's borders. Lastly, an early proposal of the plan included 3 street connections into Sorrento Road. The project now includes 2 street connections, which are a vital part of the project to increase public safety for police and fire respondents, while also integrating the communities to make it easier for residents to access the amenities offered in the surrounding neighborhoods, such as schools, parks, and trails. Regarding the annexation, staff has been engaged in addressing concerns from the Rio Linda Alberta Recreation and Park District, in which we are proposing detachment from the special district to allow the city to provide park and recreation services to the project area. We have also received correspondence from property owners within the Pan area who expressed that they do not want to be annexed into the city. On June 14th, the Planning and Design Commission forwarded a recommendation of approval to the council for the following entitlements: Environmental Impact Report and Mitigation Monitoring Plan, 6 development agreements, initiation of the annexation, a tax exchange agreement between the city and county of Sacramento, amending the land use and circulation diagrams of the general plan, pre-zoning, establishment of a planned unit development, mixed income housing strategy that includes a combination of affordable for-sale homes and payment of in-lieu fees, master parcel map and site plan design review, a water supply assessment, and to direct the Panhandle Citywide Park Impact Fee be allocated to the North Natomas Regional Park. If the council approves these entitlements, the annexation portion of the project will be submitted to the Sacramento Local Agency Formation Commission for review. The tax exchange agreement is also scheduled to be heard by the County Board of Supervisors later this month. Supplemental material has been prepared for this project, which includes comments received from the community since publication of the staff report. Staff also added text to mitigation measure 5.2-2, in which those text changes are included as part of staff's recommendation. In summary, the proposed land use and circulation plan is a result of a collaborative effort that has transpired over the last 3 years between city staff, the applicant, community members, and stakeholders. Staff is in support of this project because it is consistent with general plan and North Natomas community plan, provides for orderly development of the project area with an interconnected community that respects the existing neighborhoods on its eastern and western boundaries, while also achieving a well-balanced distribution of land uses that provides for a variety of residential lots that include move-up opportunities. Staff recommends the council approve the requested entitlements subject to the findings of fact and conditions of approval listed within the staff report. Thank you for your time, and now I'll turn it over to the applicant, Mr. John Hodgson, for a presentation. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Hodgson. Go ahead, John.
This is part of my presentation. Good evening. I'm John Hodgson. I'm here on behalf of the Panhandle owners. Mr. Norman has provided a good summary of the project. We believe as property owners, our property owners group has worked hard with the council member, with the community, with the staff, with the various city and other public agencies, to a point where we have a project that we believe is well done and we believe well received. I'm going to try to keep this short because you all have a busy evening. Would point out that this particular project has taken about 3.5 years just on this particular phase. We heard originally from the council member and for the neighbors that they wanted to see move-up housing. They wanted larger lots for larger homes so that people, families in the North Natomas area could stay in the areas rather than go other places. We heard that we wanted this area brought into the city. It's been in the sphere of influence plan for the city for 20-some years. We heard that we wanted diversity of lot sizes. And as a consequence, this is the plan that you have today. You can see the plan. It's in the east end of the North Natomas area. It's north of Del Paso and south of Elkhorn Boulevard. Wanted to talk about a couple things quickly. One is the outreach we've done. We've had a considerable amount of outreach. We've had 3 planning commissions, several community meetings, which Councilmember Ashby has attended and chaired. We've met with any number of neighborhood groups, environmental groups, SMUD, North Natomas, TMA, etc. As we've had these meetings, we've responded to the issues that have been brought up. First of all, the roadway alignment is changed. It's changed based on the technical studies. It's changed based on the community responses. What we've done is we've slowed the traffic down. We've provided some, but not a lot of accesses going east-west. We have preserved connectivity. We've heard from many of the neighbors that they want to see connections from one side of the project to the other, although they wanted to be limited. We've been told by the fire and police department that we need to have some connections going through there to provide both fire safety and police security. We also have been told that Sorrento Road, and I'll show you a picture of it shortly, that Sorrento Road needs to be improved. Sorrento Road is the project or a road that's on the east side of our property. On the west side is existing North Natomas, kind of the nice subdivisions that currently that exist there. On the east side is is Sorrento Road. You can see on the left side is current Sorrento Road. On the right side is our proposed design. This design was reflecting the requests of the council member and the community. They wanted to see some kind of buffer, some kind of phasing transition between what would become the newer subdivision and the existing rural residential. They wanted to see a bike and pedestrian trail, so we have a Class 1 trail running the entire length of Sorrento. And we've also tried to maintain some of the more rural feeling. You can see the design there. This is a better design, a bigger picture, showing some kind of a rural kind of look as much as one can do that. Another issue was the question of when we have larger lots, we wanted to make sure the larger lots were compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. And the Natomas folks on the west wanted to see houses similar in size to the houses they had over there. We did that. The folks on the east side, the Valley View acre side, which are larger rural lots, asked for larger lots over there, and we did that. We also heard about the need for bikeways and trails. Without going into detail, we have 4 Class 1 trails that run through this project. We have the one going up Ninos Parkway, which is that green line going from south to the northern end of the project. We have the Sorrento Road, a Class 1 roadway, which is again another separate road, separate and apart from the street. We have, again, at the request of Councilmember Ashby, we have agreed to contribute $300,000 to the connection of what's called the Sopniff Trail, which allows the connection from the El Paso Road over to the Wada Parkway, which is an important bikeway for the city of Sacramento. We've dealt with SMUD. SMUD wanted to put a 69 kV line down Sorrento Road. That was controversial. We were able to work with SMUD and move that over to the existing power lines. We've worked with city parks. They indicated they wanted a preference for a couple larger parks. We have those there, and we've also aligned them along the parkway, the Niños Parkway as they call it, and that seems to be something that everybody likes. Very briefly, schools out here. You'll notice at the bottom we have a school. It's a part of the Robles School District. Robles School District is very pleased because this will become their newest school, which they need. They already have the funding. They already have the approval of state architect. And as soon as we start construction, they will start construction of that road. I also learned that Twin Rivers School District, which is the overall school district up there, is planning to go forward with completing the high school that's been out there pending to be finished for a number of years, which is good news for everyone. Lastly, we are a development of over 100 acres. Consequently, we had to come up with a mixed income housing strategy. We've provided that. We provided that through a variety of reasons. We're contributing $7 million in affordable housing impact fees. We also are providing funding to pay for a number of single-family homes. That's really all I have in terms of our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. There are no questions at this point from the City Council. I think what we'll do now is hear from the members of the public, and then we'll hear from the Councilmember Ashby, I assume, the Councilmember's district. This is a big deal tonight. It's a big deal. And I want to make sure we take the appropriate time to hear it and consider it. So let's begin with the testimony.
Thank you. I have 14 speakers on this item. The first is Barbara Grachin, then Linda Meyer-Enley. And Barbara, I might be getting your last name incorrect. Barbara, then Linda, then Mike Heller.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Grachin. I've lived in Natomas for 33 years, since South Natomas and Gardenland and Valley View Acres were our friends. I mean, we were one community. I've been working on this project since 1984 in some way, shape, or form as part of the North Natomas Community Plan process, and specifically have spent years literally working on traffic calming committees and panhandle working group committees and so forth. I probably know this project better than anybody else, and I only have 1 minute and 31 seconds, which is kind of a hard trade-off for 33 years. I come bearing 58 letters and emails and 163 signatures, which is 95% of my neighbors, at least we'll say over 90%, just opposing the two road connectors into Sorrento Road and supporting a buffer between our horse properties and an urban neighborhood. Staff says we are split. You are elected officials. 90 to 95% of the vote is not split. It's a landslide. Some neighbors are supporting two roads because they were told that our city councilwoman wasn't with them. They would lose and have no more connectors. But I provide this thought to you. If a child chooses between doing chores in the morning or doing chores in the evening, and they choose the evening chores, that doesn't mean they want to do chores. It just means that they're thinking about something. They're trying to work with an alternative. So our neighborhood does not want roads. I might also mention that the applicants have never worked with Valley View Acres Neighbors Working Together, which is the organization that I represent. Let me see here. Our road was closed to through traffic 15 years ago after a year-long traffic calming meeting and a neighborhood-wide vote. All city staff supported the TLC for safety reasons. People were dying on our road and on the East Levee Road. This project undoes our TC program. Staff and developers have ridiculed me for what I just said because the gate at the East Levee Road will still be there.
Barbara, your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Oh my God.
If I could for one moment.
Yes, Councilman.
I know her time is up. I'd like to ask her one question
Go ahead.
because Barbara is really the leader of one half of this equation, and her involvement in this predates really everyone else's involvement. And I had so hoped that when we got to this day that I would have won her over, but I have fallen a bit short. And I just want to give you, Barbara, an opportunity to say, explain quickly, though, because there are 14 speakers, the Sorrento Road piece, which I know is the piece you're the most concerned about.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
And the reason I want you to explain it, because staff pay attention to what she's saying, I'm going to ask you to answer her question, right? Because my colleagues are going to have this same question.
One thing is the traffic calming committee. The city spent 3 times as much money on traffic calming for our neighborhood because through traffic, the people driving off the road on the levee into people's backyards, people crashing, being carried away in helicopters from in front of my house, excuse me. And when I first brought this issue up and said, why are you undoing this? Why are you opening Sorrento Road, which is long and narrow? It has a blind hill and 2 blind curves to more traffic. They said, well, this doesn't have anything to do with the Traffic Calming Commission. The gate's still going to be there. But consider this. If you fence your yard to keep your dogs in and you build a nice, sturdy gate, and then somebody comes along and cuts a hole in your fence somewhere else, the dog is going to get out. And that's what it's like with our traffic calming project. Yes, the gate is still up at East Levee Road, and it's up at East Levee Road because we cooperated with the city to protect the East Levee Road as well as internal Valley View Acres.
So just to get you to a yes or a no here, you feel, and many of your neighbors who you've identified have signed the petition with you, feel that Sorrento and thus Valley View would be safer if there were not 2 connections that were thoroughfares on Sorrento into Valley View, correct?
Absolutely, that's what we consider. And in 2007, after a year and a half of weekly meetings, Carol Shirley, Scott Mendy was with us, the developers were with us, everybody agreed to no connections to Sorrento Road with gates for bike and pet
The previous
traffic.
plan had public safety gates, right, so that they could get through.
Right, and the whole idea was you were allowed people to have connectivity, but you didn't have the cars come in, and therefore you didn't have the accidents. So we were really surprised that the city was pushing back on this, and I can only tell you that staff has changed 100%. If Carol Shirley was still working for the planning department, if Scott Mendy was still alive, if the people who came and cleaned up the dead bodies and the dismembered bodies and the cars, that drive off into the water and the levee, if they were still working, they would have a different attitude about this, and that's why it's so hard
So I have
for me
to let him get back to the other speakers, but at the end of all of the testimony here, I will ask you to please have the answer as to what we should do about Sorrento Road here. Okay? Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
and I'd like to submit these things and.
As
there
part
are a
of the
lot
record.
people.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Meyer-Enley, then Mike Heller, then Donald Mooney.
Hello, I'm Linda Meyer-Ely. I live on Sorrento Road. My family has had property in that area for 65 years. This is sort of reiterating what Barbara has said, but I'm going to bring up, I had sent off a letter, I don't know, an email, I don't know if you guys have read it, but I'm going to read just one part of what I've picked up here. It says, I don't understand the logic to adding connector streets from the new development to Sorrento Road. According to Panhandle PUD goal number 2, point number 2 in this letter, their goal was to provide thoughtful road connections to Sorrento Road to minimize cut-through traffic in the Valley View Acre neighborhood and to minimize speeding on Sorrento Road. That didn't make sense to me. I believe the opposite will happen. I believe that having those connector roads will again increase traffic on Sorrento, as people will use it to cut through to the new neighborhoods to avoid traffic, lights, and stop signs. From looking at the annexation plan, it seems that National will be extended north across El Paso Road and connect then to the extension of Club Center Drive from the west. The connector roads between Sorrento, the 2 new that's being proposed, and the new development will not give those residents any improved access to their neighborhoods than what is being offered with the National and Club Center extensions. And as noted by Barbara, in 2016, 95% of the VVA neighborhood, the Valley View Acre neighborhood, signed petitions opposing those connector roads to Sorrento. And I can tell you that having lived on that road before there was traffic calming, I could sit on my front porch during peak commute times and see 30 to 40 cars go up and down that road consistently in 10 minutes. And so when traffic calming came in, that was cut down dramatically and reduced the number of accidents and
Linda, your
hazardous
time is complete.
conditions.
Will you make your final comment?
I just am proposing that those two connectors not be included in this new plan for that reason.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Heller, then Donald Mooney, then Dolores Santos.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Heller. I'm the District Administrator for the Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Park District, a special district that currently is a service provider to the Panhandle. While we applaud the efforts of the City of Sacramento and the development team to establish new development into the Handle portion of the Panhandle, we are extremely fearful of what the City of Sacramento is planning beyond this development. Currently, 40% of my district's general fund is derived from businesses in the Pan. If the city decides to annex the Pan portion in the future, my district may cease to exist and more than 15,000 residents will be without parks and recreation services. This is the main reason why my board and my district is against the proposed annexation. In section 3.10 of your draft plan for services, written for LAFCO, you speak about parks and recreation. The challenge that I see is that you only mention parks and do not speak about recreation services at all. Recreational facilities are briefly commented on, and the city does say that they strive to develop and maintain 3.5 acres of neighborhood and community parks and other recreational facilities per 1,000 population. The city also mentions several times that the new parks will be in addition to the parks in the North Natomas Community Plan. Are we to assume that these parks will fall under the care of those in North Natomas as well? Both parks are in the southern portion of the Handle. Nothing is proposed north of the Community Center Drive and Street F connectors. That leaves approximately half of the land park-free except for your high school. Finally, your developer made a presentation, or one of your developers made a presentation to the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission and provided them with copies of the Panhandle Planned Unit Development Guidelines. When asked about park and recreation services, the response given was, "I am not aware of any changes in service providers." This is in direct contrast to Mr. Norman's comment earlier. While the developer may not know what the city plans are, this is an idea that is currently used in Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, and even in Sacramento with the Fulton El Camino Recreation and Park District. Why can't Rio Linda, Alberta be your provider for the entire Panhandle? We currently are. We're
Mr. Heller, your
established.
time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
We're established. This is something that the City Council should be considering as an option moving forward. Keep Rio Linda, Alberta as your recreation services provider. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Donald Mooney, then Dolores Santos, then Robert Copeland.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Donald Mooney. I'm here on behalf of Marcia Birch tonight, who had sent some letters on this matter. She had a conflict and is unable to be here, and I'm here on behalf of representing Valley View Acres neighbors working together. First, what I wanted to do is just highlight some of the points in Ms. Birch's June 13th letter about the inadequacies of the environmental review document, the EIR. First off, the EIR fails to use the LAFCO standard to evaluate impacts to ag land. And as Ms. Birch indicated in the letter, the Banning Ranch case is right on point with regards to that matter, that you need to use the standard that the responsible agency must use, and the failure to do that violates CEQA. Secondly, that there isn't substantial evidence in the record to justify the ag conversion. There's no evidence in the record that there's not enough non-prime developable land within the city sphere of influence. The city looks just to the Natomas, not to the city as a whole, and the LAFCO standards and policies require the city the EIR to evaluate the city as a whole, not just the Natomas area. And as a result, the city's failed to conduct an analysis that would the analysis that insufficient non-prime ag lands exist within the applicable sphere of influence. And then with regards to the impacts to the Sorrento Road, one of the big CEQA flaws there in the document is that the mitigation, which calls for traffic management plans, amounts to deferred mitigation without performance standards. And as a
Your
result,
time is complete. Will you make your
and
final
as a
comment?
result, that is a direct violation of CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dolores Santos, then Robert Copeland, then Rick Rutterman.
Mayor Steinberg, Councilmember Ashby, Council, city members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Dolores Santos. I have been a resident of Valley View Acres since April 1st, 1979. We bought our home from my husband's grandparents. They moved to Valley View Acres in 1962. Valley View Acres is the oldest neighborhood in North Natomas. And as you know, our neighborhood is one of the last rural neighborhoods left in the city limits. If I had my way, if I was queen, we would not develop the Panhandle at all. I would prefer a park or a golf course. But the hard reality is this: I do not own that property, nor can I afford to buy it. And the property owners have the right to develop their property as long as they meet the city guidelines and practice sound, reasonable development. Now, having said that, I do believe that we have the right to demand that the developers respect our rural neighborhood and our unique lifestyle. The developers need to be held responsible to create a workable transition along Sorrento Road that will elegantly connect and blend our two neighborhoods. Because, after all, we were here first. Now, I would like to thank Garrett Norman, city staff, civil engineer McKay and Sums, Mr. Hodgins, for their acknowledgement of our uniqueness of the Valley View Acres community and their willingness to work with the residents of Valley View Acres to help provide a homogeneous interface between the two neighborhoods. Their respect for our long-standing lifestyle during this process has been very important to our community, and we have met with them. While there are several issues that still need to be worked out, and I've run out of time, my biggest concern are the lot sizes. If I could just have a minute.
Thank you, Ms. Santos. Your time is complete.
The current plan allows for lot sizes between 6,000 and 14,000 square feet. I request that we look at a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. Because
Santos, your time is complete. Our next speaker is Robert Copeland, then Rick Ruderman, and David Lynchman.
Since Barbara gonna speak.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, the rule is 2 minutes, just so we can accommodate everybody to speak. Excuse me.
Mayor, I understand. I have your email, and I'll address it at the end, too. I know about the lot sizes. I'll bring it up at the end so the staff can address it while you're here, okay? I got it.
Copeland?
Thank you.
Well, I don't live in here. I belong to the Sacramento 10. Well, we need affordable housing, more housing in general. I think you should come to the agreement with the other side. On Sorrento Road, where everybody wins and nobody loses. And I don't see the city council doing that in this project. Because 95% oppose, that's a landslide. That's one of the first speaker said. I don't get it. Why don't you come up with a better plan that satisfies everybody? Is there going to be affordable housing in this project, and how many units will be affordable out of the 1,700 and some? Any transportation improvements besides on Sorrento Road? Any options for roads that can agree, what the other side will agree on? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Rutterman, then David Lynchman, then Joe Angel.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Rick Ritterman, and I have a home on Altera Way, which is adjacent to the annexation, and also a business in what you will end up creating an island of the county in the midst of the city, which is a concern of mine. I have a number of concerns. Every time you build in North Natomas, we get an infestation of rodents in our home. And now I'm going to have that now if you start turning up that dirt. Forgive me, but I'm late to this. I just got the notice when I saw it posted adjacent to the annexed area. The other concern I have is the amount of congestion that already exists in the parking related to most commercial businesses in that area. It's almost impossible to park now. You've got a new development already going in south of Del Paso, and then you're going to add all of this. As I stated, I'm very concerned about the fact that you're creating a county island in the middle of the city of Sacramento, not in the middle, but as part of the Sacramento. There are a number of public safety concerns to that. I have a law office there in that area, and when we've had criminal activity out there, we get a very slow response time because it's not clear, whose jurisdiction it is. If there's a victim or something like that, it's very unclear who's a victim. So those are my concerns, and I thank you very much for. One last concern is public safety. What are you going to do in terms of increased fire or police? Because you're adding a lot of residents to the area, and I'm concerned about the amount of crime and so forth that needs to be adjusted. We need public safety out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Lynchman, then Joe Angel and Lorraine Brown.
You want to remove the thing from the bottom there, the sign from the bottom, sir, so it's whatever you want, unless you're for rent control in the project.
Okay. That's me this morning. I'm 5 days out of abdominal surgery, playing with my big and little horses, and I live in Valley View Acres, and this, I was a terrible student in history, but since I've lived through enough history now, I've been there for 35 years, I just wanted to bring us back to the beginning. When I first moved there in 1983, we had about a year afterwards, we saw on the front page of the Bee, the Natomas Community Plan that had Northgate Boulevard going straight through my house. And all the neighbors got together and we came down, and we didn't know much about politics and we didn't know much about planning, and we hired a land use attorney at $5 and $10 donations from the neighbors to come down and help us. And the result of that was that Mayor Ann Rudin and Councilperson Heather Fargo assured us that our rural lifestyle would not be interfered with. They gave us minimum 1 acre lots, grandfathering in the half-acre lots, and a buffer zone between us and the west, any development that would be happening to the west. And I draw your attention to the two roads that connect to Sorrento. I don't see any reason for them. And when you look at the PUD guidelines, the objectives are minimize intrusion to the lifestyle and minimize road connections. So having two connections there does neither of those things, and those are in the guidelines. You asked Barbara to talk about safety, and I think it goes without saying, and you'll hear about all the traffic problems of people cutting through. If there are roads connecting, people will cut through. And you'll hear from some of my neighbors that, it'll be more safe if we have connection because we'll have eyes on the road. We'll have more people coming through there. It'll be better. If you look at the crime statistics for what's west of us and what's in us, we are the purest, cleanest. The police have constantly come to us and said, you guys are the best. We never have to come out here because you look out for each other.
Mr. Lynchman, your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
My final comment would be that you will hear sometimes that we will, if we have those connecting roads, we will reduce crime. The crime they're talking about is some illegal dumping. We're not talking about people getting killed. We're not talking about robberies, murders. People, they don't want to have a little bit of dumping.
Your time is complete. Our next speaker.
Thank you for testifying, sir.
Our next speaker is Joe Angel, then Lorraine Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg and council members. I
My name is Joe Angel. I live on Sorrento Road, and I agree with all of what my neighbor Dolores Santos was saying. But just to kind of piggyback on what she was saying, some of the things I'd like to see on the plan is some fire hydrants all along Sorrento Road, just for fire safety for our community. I would like to see some future stub outs for sewer and water for anything for the future that we may need. And then as far as the two road connections, I see people going up and down that street all the time, and late at night, just parked right down the street. You see, the remnants of what they leave. Illegal dumping, but then you see paraphernalia. You see, condoms. You see, all kinds of things that are probably you wouldn't if there were more eyes on that road. And I believe that with those two connections, you would have buy-in from the new community. It's not like Dolores said. It's not perfect, because I love looking out at my sunset every night, and I'm not going to have that. But in reality, the development's going to happen as long as it's responsible. That's all my family and I could ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Brown has left the room, so I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, members of the public. Let me turn it over to we just don't have speaker slips, but if you turn them in, come on up. Come on up. Of course. Just come on up, all four at a time, please, and let Vicky, come on. Of course. Go ahead. Go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Lynn Lindsay, a resident of North Natomas and current District 1 appointee to the Planning and Design Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support on the Panhandle Project, a part of the city's plan for development in North Natomas for over 20 years. The annexation and proposed development has been the most scrutinized and analyzed project I have ever witnessed in North Natomas. Over the last 3 years, the applicant for this development has participated in several town halls, numerous community meetings with homeowner and neighborhood associations, and review and comment at the Planning and Design Commission. Gathering all the comments, concerns, suggestions raised in these forums, the applicant addressed those issues. And I know these points are detailed in your staff report, but I want to again highlight some of the major improvements. Design changes include adding larger estate lots along Sorrento Road, creating a compatible transition to the rural lots to the east, adding a 25-foot landscape buffer between the proposed project and the homeowners to the east, increasing lot sizes that abut properties of the same size to the west, removing the small commercial space to alleviate traffic concerns raised by the homeowners to the east, limiting the number of connections to Sorrento Road as recommended by police and fire, adding extensive bikeway corridors and will help with the funding of an off-site connection, revising roadways within the project area that will naturally reduce traffic and speeding. North Natomas has built low-income housing, moderate-income housing, high-density housing, transit-oriented housing, apartments, condos, townhomes, but only a limited number of move-up housing. The area is now getting private sector employment opportunities that offer good paying jobs. Those seeking to move up
Ms. Lindsay, your time is
executive
complete. Will you
style
make your final
homes
comment?
should have additional options within the city. The Panhandle development is extremely important for North Natomas. I respectfully request your approval for this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do apologize, I did find 4 more that I had missed filed. So our next speaker is Becky Hike, Chris Peros, and then Elizabeth Prey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and thank you, Councilmember Ashby. I'm Becky Hike. I'm with the North Natomas Transportation Management Association. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Ashby and John Hodgson and the Panhandle ownership for trying so hard and working so well with our requests of more bicycle connectivity for North Natomas. Mr. Hodgson stated they've agreed to 12-foot sidewalks across and all along Del Paso Road for connectivity reasons and to allow for bicycles and pedestrians. They've agreed to pay a third of the cost of a new Class 1 bike trail that we've kind of coined, Sotnip Trail, that will make connections from their development to the Ueda Canal Bike Path, a region-wide amenity. They've also agreed to a Class 1 bike path the entire length of Sorrento Road, also with connections or future connections to the Ueda Bike Path, and a Class 1 bike path along Niños Parkway. These amenities are huge for those who will live in their development as well as the rest of North Natomas, and we appreciate them very much.
Thank you.
Chris Peros and then Elizabeth Prey.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chris Paris. I'm the president of the North Natomas Community Coalition, known as the NNCC. I'm also a longtime resident of North Natomas. I'm here and speaking for our group. Our coalition overall supports the proposal, and we do it because it is a much better proposal than the previous one we looked at and strongly opposed back before the moratorium. And so we realize development is going to happen in this area at some time, and we see that the applicant, John Hodgson, has worked very hard with the community to make this a good project. He met with our NNCC 2 times, in addition to the workshops that he had for the community. And overall, some of the reasons we support is, of course, you've heard the larger lots. We definitely need more larger lots and move-up housing opportunities. And this is one of the few areas that are new since the moratorium, and we're not locked into high-density housing, small lots. We also support the east-west connectivity with the bike trails. If you bike, it's very dangerous to try to go down Elkhorn or Del Paso Road to get to the Ueda bike trail, which is a major connector to be able to bike down to the city and other areas of the city in an off-street manner. And having the Class 1 Niños Trail, the north-south trail buffer, and also we definitely need that Del Paso Road connector to the Ueda. We also support homes facing the park, and we also definitely support having the citywide fees going towards the regional park, which we've been waiting over 20 years for. We do have concerns about traffic, and the mitigations absolutely need to go in for that because I-80, the major connectors, Elkhorn, until we get our light rail, we're really just getting impacted.
Ms. Peros, your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
Okay. One thing I would say, and then I'll wrap it up, is that I noticed in the report it said about speed bumps. We are sick of speed bumps and want to see more traffic circles like they have downtown. So overall, I'll just wrap it up and say we support the project overall, and we definitely support the need for move-up housing and just would like to see even more larger lots. Thank you.
And Elizabeth Prey, and I believe that's our final speaker.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Prey. Greetings to you all, City Council, Mr. Mayor. I also am a member of the North Natomas Community Coalition. I'm a resident of Heritage Park in North Natomas. I also support the proposed project. NNCC met with the developer a couple of times. The developer was very good in listening to our comments and incorporating our suggestions into the development of the project. I think that they definitely benefit the surrounding area. One of the things that they chose to do was to create the larger lots on the perimeter facing Valley View Acres and to actually face them onto Sorrento Road instead of being behind a wall, which would definitely be unsatisfactory. It does keep the rural character by having a third of an acre lot facing that road. This also includes then, of course, the estate-sized lots, which do provide that move-up opportunity, and so that families who have moved in to starter homes in North Natomas can remain in North Natomas and not have to move to Roseville or somewhere that really going to congest everything for us. And then finally, we need more housing in North Natomas. As we increase our employment base in North Natomas, it's just going to scream for homes. I know in my community, while I recognize that we're mostly retired there, homes are on the market for about 14 days before they're sold. That's a short period of time, and that means we do have a housing shortage. Once again, I support the project, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. There is one last speaker. Okay.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Araceli Perez, and I've been working closely with Twin Rivers Unified School District. I was the DLAC president there. I've been a Natomas resident since 1992. I moved up to Regency Park in 2004. In 2006, Twin Rivers started the East Natomas Educational Project at the north end of the Panhandle with bond money from Grant Unified School District. It was a disaster. The money wasn't well spent, and what they didn't do was plan for water, sewage, ingress, and egress to the school. So right now the school sits vacant. I'm very grateful to Angelique and to the City Council for starting this project, getting it going, annexing the Panhandle. I think we're talking a lot about the homes, but we're not talking about the children who are going to live in these homes. Right now, there isn't a high school in the area to educate them. Twin Rivers is the high school district for Robla, and if we complete the East Natomas Educational Complex, it will provide a high school for both Robla and North Natomas. So I ask you to please work with Twin Rivers and the developers to provide the necessary infrastructure, sewage, water, ingress and egress, so our children can get to the school. I thank Angelique for all of her work over the years, and I'm very, very hopeful that when the Panhandle's annexed, we can compromise on lot sizes and be able to build 2 wonderful schools to educate the children in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate everyone coming out tonight on both sides here. Let me turn it over to Councilmember Ashby.
Okay, Mayor. First of all, this project is, for me, 3+ years in the making, but for the city, decades in the making. And for the community members, some of them a lifetime in the making. So if you hear a little bit of anxiousness on both sides, some fear of what's going to happen, and also some excitement for what's going to happen, then you are rightly sizing up the situation for Natomas. There's a lot of energy around this project, and there is a lot of concern around the project. What I would like to do tonight, first of all, I would very much like us to get this across the finish line tonight. I do have some questions for staff. Garrett, you want to come up? Garrett, you want Garrett to do this, or you want him to do it from here? That's fine if you want to stay there with Teresa too. There are a couple of lingering issues. Lindsay, our planning commissioner for District 1, did a wonderful job of laying out for you every concession that has already been made, and there are a lot, and the project is off to a very good start because of those things. And by the way, we have the Valley View Acres community to thank for those changes, because Barbara in particular, but the Santos family, Nick Avdis, they were active and involved in this dialogue, and they brought a lot of really, really good advice to us to make this project better. So it is 100 times better than it was before their involvement, and I'm grateful to them. Valley View Acres is one of my favorite communities to represent. It's so different from the rest of the city. It's very rural. It's fun to go see the horse shows. I love it. I apologize to them that this is on the 3rd. Their big event of the year is tomorrow morning on the 4th, but if it wasn't today, it wouldn't be for another 2 months, and then we would blow our LAFCO deadline, so I just couldn't move it for them. As you know, we're on recess for the next 2 weeks. So even though some of them are probably quite frustrated with me at this point, I actually adore them, and I adore Valley View Acres, and I am honored to represent them, and I hope at the end of the day that they are proud of this project. I also very much appreciate the attitude that it comes with them, is they know it's going to happen, they just want it to be responsible, and they would like a lot of input, and I do not fault them for that at all whatsoever. In my estimation, the items that remain that need to be addressed, and so these are the things I need your help with, are this. First of all, the biggest issue I think remaining is Sorrento Road. I have heard, in 2016, Barbara's 100% right, the vast majority of the community said, we do not want any connections on Sorrento Road. Just to put this into perspective for you, Sorrento Road is already closed at the northern point. If you were coming from Elkhorn, from Rio Linda, and you wanted to come down Sorrento, you wouldn't be able to. The city blocked it off a long time ago because it was a dangerous road and there were a lot of car accidents there. So it's only open on the one end, which means the only people that use that road right now are either people who don't know it's closed at the other end or the people who live there. So if we put connections on Sorrento Road, it will increase traffic because right now it's a really, really, really long dead end. And the question is, does the increase of traffic make it less safe or more safe? The people who live there, who have witnessed many accidents, will tell you they believe it makes it less safe. From a design standpoint on the road, I have done everything I could possibly think of to make the road safer. And you saw the drawing. I love that drawing. I think it's beautiful. It preserves sort of this rural feeling that you get in Valley View, but still meets our guidelines. By the way, I pushed transportation as far as I could push them on design to allow it because it doesn't have curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and some of those things, because we wanted to create a rural space. I still want to see horses. I still want to see people out there enjoying that rural space, and I think we have achieved that with the road. The question is, why the connections? Now, for me, the reason I have supported the two connections is because I have been told repeatedly by transportation, as I have pushed to get rid of them, I have been told by planning and transportation that they actually make the roads safer. They've done multiple traffic studies and all. By the way, the developer's not pushing for these either. We have both deferred to the city to say, what is it you want to do? Fire actually did attend one of the town hall forums specifically to say, we need you to have these connectors on Sorrento because we can't get to Valley View. So I need somebody from the city who's an expert in transportation to answer the question for the City of Sacramento Council as they make this decision. Are we making the right decision to put those two connectors? Would we be better off to put in gates, meaning connectors that are only for public safety? Would that help them or hurt them? How do you know that? How do we refute some of the things that they have said because they live there and they see it? What does that mean? I'd like to add one other piece to this equation. The city of Sacramento holds fast to keeping Sorrento Road closed at the north. But I will tell you that right now that decision is under fire because Rio Linda and the county have asked us to open it because there's some bridge construction just slightly west of that, which is going to send all Rio Linda traffic through Rio Linda for the next several months, I think 6 months. And they have asked, would we open Sorrento Road? I said no. Hector Barone said no, which is the head of the city Transportation Public Works Division, but there is pressure on the city to open that road. So this is the kind of conversation I think you have to look at the larger picture here for what they're saying. And that is probably the main question that I need you to answer or one of you to answer, and also if somebody is here from public safety or if you all have talked to them.
Honorable Mayor Steinberg and distinguished members of the council, Anis Gabriel with Department of Public Works. I will attempt, after hearing the testimony and hearing what you just said, I will attempt to answer your question about that. The first point I want to make that the project nor the Department of Transportation or Planning is proposing any changes to the already installed traffic calming measures that were agreed upon, that they were installed, and the project would not be removing any restrictions on the closures of East Levy Road. Okay. So we'll work through the other issues that you mentioned about the request to open it, but the project is not proposing to do any of that. Sorrento Road, you all saw the picture, is a rural roadway that does not have any amenities or any sidewalks or anything. I believe it will be safer because we are going to widen it just a little bit. We are going to add proper drainage on the side of the project. It will have a 25-foot setback with a 12-foot meandering path that would accommodate bicyclists and pedestrians. So I believe that would make the roadway safer. the project also will be constructing a signal at Del Paso and Sorrento Road. Currently, it is not signalized, and as development increases in the city and Del Paso Road, as we move forward, gets a little more traffic, that would make it a lot safer to access and ingress into Sorrento Road for the existing residents and future residents. I believe that one of the key points in collaboration with the planning department, with all the stakeholders, that we want to be in keeping with our general plan policies. And one of our main general plan policies is to connect neighborhoods together, to be able to and not turn your back into an existing neighborhood with new development. So we took that into consideration. Obviously, the project has a lot of frontage on Sorrento Road, and it could have had multiple connections, but I believe we also listened to the concerns, and we limited those connections to only 2 connections. And lastly, I would say that it would also improve the emergency response for police and fire, as you mentioned earlier, and the response time. So, in my opinion, having those 2 connections will improve the safety of that roadway and the residents.
What I heard you say is that having those 2 connections matches with our general plan, but what I didn't hear you say is, from a traffic standpoint, forget public safety for a second, because we could achieve the same goal for public safety with gates. How does having actual roads that connect to Sorrento make Sorrento safer? And if the answer is it doesn't, then that needs to be considered right now.
If you don't have any connections, the applicant would not be building the signal at Del Paso Road and Sorrento Road. He would not be building the, they kept it as a rural with the sidewalks and the meandering path along the frontage of Sorrento if you had a retaining wall or something like that, a sound wall. So I believe it would provide more eyes, it would provide more connections. The traffic analysis, and it was done multiple times for this project through different issues, and removing the commercial and having the commercial. What we're talking about is 11% of traffic that may projected to be used from this neighborhood. One additional point,
I'm sorry, say that again. So the traffic analysis projects an 11% increase on Sorrento Road based on those 2 connections, right? Okay.
And that would be projected for 2036.
Okay.
And also, it would the connections, even though it doesn't relate to auto, but I believe the connections will provide amenities for the existing residents to use, like the Niños Parkway and the bike trails that are being constructed within this project.
Okay.
And those were the reasons why staff, after collaboration, decided to go with the 2 connections. And that is the project that was analyzed, and that is before you tonight.
And we moved these connections a couple of times, right, for alignment purposes, based on input from other people that live on Sorrento Road, correct?
Correct, and they're in a location right now where
they don't connect to people's homes. Okay. All right, so you can see this one's just not the easiest thing in the world, right? You got your traffic team and fire and police saying you need the connections. You have the community saying they really don't want the connections. There are people in the community who do want the connections, but I would have to agree with Barbara. I don't think it's quite 90 anymore because some of the people's issues have been addressed. But I would say the majority of people in Valley View Acre do not want the connections. There is a significant portion that do, because their questions have been answered or their issue resolved, or they wanted 2 instead of 3, or they wanted them aligned differently. That's the issue we're grappling with tonight that remains. The last 2 I think are easier. Fire hydrants and water connections, they do get easier. Can you explain why, please?
The fire hydrants and sewer and water connections will be reviewed and evaluated at the time small lot tentative maps are submitted to the city. Right now, we're just at the master parcel map, so it's the big picture. There's still further planning entitlements to be obtained before construction can begin. And at that time, the details are worked out, such as fire hydrant placement and water and sewer locations.
Right. John, would you come up for just a second, please? On this sewer and fire hydrant, because the fire hydrant piece is really important, public safety component as well. I know that this piece is determined when we get to the next phase of this project, where an actual home builder comes in and submits a smaller project map to us. But can you explain to me how what we're doing now makes it easier for us to get fire hydrants and water connections over to Sorrento so that we have that protection for Valley View, please?
Well, first of all, our master sewer and water plans stub directly onto Sorrento. So water is available right across the street from Valley View. There, we will, and again, I'm not the engineer, I'm not the planner, but when we bring in our maps, when individual builders bring in their maps, they will locate the water where appropriate. And it'll depend on the design. But there is capacity, and there is connections that are there to their door.
Great. I don't think that will be an issue. I think as those projects come forward, it will be an easy issue for us to have them. The current standards for fire hydrants would make them be close anyway, so having them the closest to Valley View Acres as possible shouldn't be an issue. Okay, and then this last issue, John, is the lot sizes. Mm-hmm. And this issue exists on both sides of the project, and there are two sets of concerns. One set of concerns is that the folks on the Valley View Acre side would like the lots to be no smaller than 10,000. And the folks on the Natomas Park side want the lots to, at a minimum, be no smaller than their own, so that they don't have multiple backside neighbors. They just have one that they share their back fence line with, if at all possible. We achieve this in some of the plan, but not all of the plan. So my understanding is that we have created a range that exists in the city's planning that allows for those criteria to be met, but does not set the standard right now. Can you explain that piece and how we can achieve that goal, and the issue of Ms. Santos in particular, that lots could be larger on the side facing Valley View where there are homes on Valley View? Can you talk to them or us about how that will happen in the future?
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, as was presented earlier, when we came up with the plan originally, we had sort of what I call the standard size lots on both sides, and listening to the property owners that are adjacent, they wanted larger lots, and they wanted more or less compatible lots. And what we've done is we've taken the larger lots, which are the ones that range low end 6,000, but realistically there'll be an average of 9,000, 10,000 square feet as a practical matter. I'm pretty comfortable that that's going to have to happen anyway. You can't just require, okay, we're going to mirror exactly the property, adjacent to where you're building. But I mean, I think, again, I think if you want to put some direction that says there shall be compatible lots, I mean, that's essentially what we already have in the PUD guidelines.
I just want to make sure that that happens, and that on the Valley View side, while I recognize, and they all recognize, it just needs to be reasonable. A lot might not be the exact same size as a Valley View Acres lot because they're so huge, but I think the 10,000 number is a reasonable number facing Valley View, and I would like to see us at least
on the Sorrento side.
On the Sorrento
you're
side.
saying 10,000 square foot lots along Sorrento all the way up? Where do you want?
Where they're developed, they end.
Okay.
Their housing ends at the top of the chart, but that's what they're asking for. I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. I know we can't pencil in the exact number, but I would like it to be on this record that that is the intent, that is the ask of the developer that gets that side and develops
How about an average of, at least an average? What I'm saying is, is you're going to have site-specific.
I think that's fine. They're just asking reasonably for it to be around 10,000.
We're fine with that. We're fine with that.
Some of them may be larger. This goes up to 14,000. They're asking that they not be smaller. So if the average could land in that range, I think that's what they're asking for, and I think that's a reasonable ask.
That's not a problem at all, and however you want to say that.
Great. One other thing. You heard our transportation person speak, right? And one of the things that he said about the safety of the two connections on Sorrento Road is that if we didn't do those two connections, then the developers would not have any responsibility to do anything on Sorrento Road, so none of those improvements would be happening, correct? The ones that we talked about, the signal, the bike lane, the expansion, the walkway.
Well, you know, I would think we'd have to do some of that. I honestly don't know. This gets into the, you know, the amount of dollars that you're generating, the amount of houses, and the fact is you'd have to redesign that.
That's the question we're asking. Can we still do everything that you have designed, that great road that you did?
Probably not.
What if we did the two connections just had fire gates instead of thoroughfares? Then could we still do the road that you designed?
You know, from a design point of view, and I defer to Donna, who's our designer, who's here.
Yeah, thanks for your help too.
That's not, it's not really, I mean, we could live with that. But, you know, I've gone through a number of these large specific plans for this region. And what you do is you sit down with a number of people, you know, and you look at your general plan. You look at your, you know, your design guidelines, which you just adopted a year or two ago. Yeah. You look at good planning principles. And then I think the thing that struck me, we're at a community meeting that you chaired, and both the police and the fire came up and said, we don't want that. That to me suggests we ought not to be doing it. If you want to close those things off, I don't think it's a good idea. But if you want to do it, which I think is bad policy, we would do it.
Yeah, I've really grappled with this because, you know, I really want to do what the community wants, but when police, fire, transportation, and the developer all say it's not the right thing to do, it's a bad policy, you shouldn't do it, I've sort of landed in a place where this is as far as I think I can go with this project. And thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of my questions for you. I would just like to point out lastly here, Mayor, that I'm very proud of what this project brings in terms of connection to the Ueda Trail, the Sotnip component, the setbacks, the large sidewalks, what it will do for safety along Del Paso Road is immeasurable. The willingness to address each of these issues has been fantastic. I'm sorry that we can't quite get this last one to a place where everyone's happy, but I just can't get myself to say no to the idea that it is safer to have the roads than to not have the roads. And I'm grateful to everyone that is involved. I would like to answer one other question that somebody asked that's not from Natomas. It absolutely does give to the affordable. $7 million will go into the Housing Trust Fund because of this project. And yes, there's an inclusionary housing component as well. So low-income folks will be able to buy a move-up housing facility and live in Natomas in a great community. So all of those boxes are checked. Thank SHRA and Lachelle Dozier in particular for helping us with that. I'm proud that the commercial is removed. It's not necessary. And this is 1,700 homes, Mayor, that that we need, that our city needs. And so I'd like to move the item.
Angelique, would you indulge me for 30 seconds?
No, we don't do that, sir. That's just not the way the hearing works. I apologize. No, we just can't do that. It's up to the council member, you know, can ask any question she wants. I'd get council member Harris.
All right, let me ask you a question. What's your safety concern? But be quick.
My safety concern is that preserving our rural lifestyle means I can ride my horses down Sorrento. And you put traffic on there, I will not be able to. And I know you build a beautiful bikeway, and you do not want me riding my horses on the bikeway, leaving crap there, and being a danger to pedestrians and bicyclists. You're going to destroy what you said is your main goal is to preserve our rural lifestyle. It will not be safe for me to ride my horses there, and I ride there every day. My family rides there every day. You've met my family. You've met my horses.
I have.
It's an asset to the community, and you put those two road connections in there, that's going to go away forever.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you so much. He has a wonderful family, by the way. They volunteered at our animal shelter. They do our vaccination program. This is like, these are the people that, you know, are doing all the right things in Sacramento to help us, but I can't quite.
But you want to develop and create more housing, so it's
And I want to do the thing that's
balance.
right, and this is the thing that public safety and the development team are telling me is right.
Okay. Can we get, thank you very much, very thorough. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. First I'd like to thank Angelique. It's clear she's worked very hard on this over a period of 3-4 years, perhaps. And I got a lot of emails from constituents in Valley View And many of them cited concerns about safety on Sorrento Road, but they often spoke about the speeding on Sorrento Road. We've talked a bit about traffic calming measures that were already installed. So, sir, can you come up from traffic? And so are speed tables incorporated on the road currently?
Not in that portion where the connections are made. They might be past that portion, but
You mean farther north?
Yes, or in the other portions of the neighborhood, because the traffic calming, this is very old stuff that I dug up from all the years of the traffic calming program. Some of them date back to 94 and 97. And it sounds like the area that was under the traffic calming included not just Sorrento Road, but the adjacent neighborhood to the east as well, and several roads. So there may have been some speed bumps. But when I drove Sorrento Road a few times, I don't recall passing any speed bumps.
So that certainly brings to mind actually two questions. If the connections were made, there would be more traffic on Sorrento Road. So would it be your opinion that that would slow traffic because there were more cars present? Like, that's a long, empty road, and the temptation to speed is very high. People have indicated there have been numerous fatalities in the area as a result. So my question, the two questions I have are speed tables an option for slowing traffic if the connections are made? And if the connections are made and there is increased traffic and a signal at Del Paso, would that not necessarily also lower the speed generally traveled on that road?
Absolutely. So, and I think that, again, the application is for a tentative master parcel map to subdivide large tracts of land into larger pieces. There's other entitlements to subdivide the property further into single-family lots eventually, and those will come in applications. If the council wishes, you can always put an advisory or a condition on the project to incorporate some sort of traffic calming along Sorrento Road once a certain number of development has occurred and once those connections have been made. I think we will be happy to look into that.
Thank you very much. So, Councilmember Ashby, I would just say that, yeah, I'm not familiar with the area. You are, but perhaps that's an option. If speeding is truly the issue, that might be something you might want to incorporate in the project. So I would make a friendly amendment that you just direct staff to at least look into the speed tables and possibly direct them to maintain traffic calming in the area and actually decrease the speed of what's traveled on Sorrento Road. That being said, I'd be happy to second your motion.
Seconded with the friendly amendment. Very good. I know Councilmember Carr has got a point, sir?
Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's Councilmember Ashby's motion, so yes.
I
So
would just like to make sure we have it on record. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Councilmember Ashby. It's a complicated issue with a lot of moving parts. But you cleared up most of the questions I had with your questions and with Councilmember Harris's question. I'd also like to thank the staff for providing us with this very short 1,545-page staff report on this issue. Thanks for reading it. The one question that wasn't answered, someone did ask a question about the park service provider. Does that come later, or is that something that we do now in establishing who that might be?
Can I help answer that question, Councilmember Carr? So Natomas is an interesting area, 3 school districts, Twin Rivers, Robla, Natomas Unified, and several sort of pieces that used to be in the county. So the Rio Linda Parks and Recreation District right now serves this little sliver that comes down into the city called the Pan and the Handle, right? We are only talking about the Handle, and there's no intent ever to incorporate the Pan piece of that. It will not happen because of the businesses that exist there and the tax relationship they have with the county. LAFCO has already weighed in a bit on this one, that while it is generally frowned upon, there will be an exception made here because of existing taxing agreements. With the Rio Linda Parks and Recreation District, I've been very clear with them from the beginning that when we build out a project in Sacramento, that the City of Sacramento's Parks and Recreation District will provide the Parks and Recreation. And so that deal has already been drawn up. It was drawn up long ago. We are simply leaving it intact and moving it forward.
I'd like to second the second.
Okay, it's been thirded. Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Ashby. This is a huge project, and what it means many things, of course, to the community of Natomas, but it also means more housing. More housing, and even more market rate housing will drive more affordable housing and the Housing Trust Fund. And so we want positive growth that disincentivizes larger sprawl, and this meets that definition by far. So thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. That passes 7-0. Thank you all very, very much. Excellent. Okay. And more work to be done on the traffic issue, as you and Councilmember Harris, and the lot size, that those aren't done, those aren't fully answered questions yet. Okay. We can move through the next several items, I believe, very, very quickly, so we can get to the Creative Arts and Cultural Plan, and the bathroom issue. So we got 25, which is City Lighting and Landscape District. Is there?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to waive the staff presentation, open and close the public hearing, and approve the
Thank
item.
you for your patience, and we're sorry. Very good. That's fine.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Is there public testimony? Any questions, Councilman Guerra, on this item?
Just want street lights on T Street, but that's it. Oh, glad to move the item too.
Street lights on T Street, so noted. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained. That passes with a 7-0 vote. Okay, how about we pass for publication the North Natomas TMA? Does not need any fancy motions here?
There's a public hearing as well, but just.
What's that? It is a public hearing. Is there any public testimony on this item? To pass for publication, so let's move the pass for publication and second it,
Open
please.
and close the public hearing,
Yep.
second.
All in, you good there, Eric? Good
Street
deal.
lights.
Street lights on T Street. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. Very good. We continued again the Cannabis Equity Program, but not for long. That's coming back soon after the recess as well, so we're going to wrap that up.
Can I have a motion to withdraw that?
Motion to withdraw that item for now.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. That passed unanimously. We now move to item 28, the City Auditor's recommendation, which I'm told is a thorough but brief presentation with an emphasis on the brief. Rosa, sir, your office does great work. Let's say that, stipulated and mean it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We will be brief. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. Jorge Segura, your City Auditor. The recommendation that is before you is that you pass a motion accepting the City Auditor's recommendation follow report for the July 1st, 2017 to December 31st, 2017 period. Since starting the whistleblower hotline, we have issued almost 500 recommendations. Of these, over 350 recommendations have been either implemented or partly implemented. One of the recommendations that was recently implemented and that I would like to bring attention to is the last remaining open recommendation from our utility billing audit. We can get the overhead, please. In this audit, we identified over 14,000 parcels that we recommended be reviewed for establishing utility service accounts. According to the Utilities Department, we have reviewed all parcels they have reviewed all parcels in question, and a total of 7,566 parcels have been set up and are being billed for one or more city utility services. The table displayed illustrates the net amount billed for these parcels since the release of the audit. As seen in the table, since the release of the audit, the Department of Utilities has billed over $13.6 million in additional net revenue associated with these parcels. Of this, the department has collected approximately $12.3 million. The department projects an estimated $6.6 million annually in revenue associated with these parcels. It should be noted that the revenue derived from any new development associated with these parcels subsequent to the release of the audit is included in these figures and may have been captured during the department's normal course of business. As the department has been steadily implementing this recommendation over the past 6 fiscal years, the revenue the department has generated from these accounts has been automatically incorporated into the department's normal budgeting processes. While this cannot be seen as a specific line item in the budget, this table illustrates a significant benefit the department has achieved as a result of implementing this audit recommendation. Our office would like to acknowledge the Utilities Department's job well done. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I know there's a lot in here. I urge everyone to take a look at this. Jeff, did you have a question? Okay. Go. You were. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. T Street.
Yeah, I'd like streetlights on T Street, Jorge. Can you do that for me? So, yeah, I'd like to move accepting the report. It's well written. Your office is always very thorough and presents us with true actionable information. I'm always appreciative. I actually read your report.
Thank you.
So thank you for the work that you all have done. And there you go. I move the item.
Very good. Okay. We moved and second. We have no public testimony on this. Thank you for your office's, again, very, very good work. These updates are important because otherwise your recommendations could sit on a dusty shelf, so I commend this report to members of the public and to the council.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
To accept it, all in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed, abstain. We have one more short item, I hope, before we get to the other. Two, actually. We have two grand finales. Who's the ordinance revisions to the inoperable vehicle code here?
Evening, Mayor, Council. Carl Simpson, Code and Housing Enforcement Chief. I'm appearing before you tonight to discuss the amendment to the current ordinance related to storage of inoperable vehicles. Basically, and you'll just see some photos of the kind of things we're talking about here as I'm going. Basically, what we're requesting is that the council look at an ordinance that would provide us with the ability to be able to ask the resident to prove operability. Basically, ask the resident to start the vehicle and maybe move the vehicle a foot or two to make sure that it's actually operable. Currently, we don't have a tool in our toolbox to address that, which results in oftentimes multiple complaints to the same home because the residents feel that code has not addressed these issues. The other thing I just wanted to mention is I wanted to thank Councilmember Jennings for providing us with feedback from his constituents so that we could initiate this action. I think it's something that's going to help our communities look better in some of our more blighted areas that have a problem with inop vehicles. Finally, I'm asking the council to adopt the amended ordinance that will provide us with this tool and hopefully allow us to deal better with some of these complaints regarding inop vehicles on private property. Questions?
I just want to thank Councilmember Jennings for getting this item started. That's what I'd like to.
It's one of them.
Would the council like to know what district these photos come from?
Mine was yeah. You've turned the corner on this one, Rick. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This was a pleasure to get started. I'm a car collector myself, and I know what it's like for many of the neighborhood associations who call in and say, what can we do to remove the blight of parked cars that are not moving and haven't moved in years. And when you go through the streets and you see the cars on the street and they haven't moved and they've got cobwebs and they're sitting on cinder blocks and all those type things, you know that it's something that all of us deal with in our districts. And so in order to be able to move and to change this is called a call to action. And so I am happy to bring this item forward. I think it's one that we can all get behind and support. I think it's the right kind of policy for the city. I think it will improve our property values. And so I am excited to move this forward.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So Vice Mayor, what would Councilmember Chenier say if he were here tonight? I guess is the question.
What would Jay do?
Councilman Harris.
No,
Oh, you really want to go?
yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, go ahead.
I'm just checking out new real estate. Just checking out new real estate.
Go.
Carl, I just want to thank you. You and your staff work very hard trying to do weed abatement, deal with complaints between neighbors, fences, all sundry things. I think it's great that you get one more tool in your toolbox. We know that Councilmember Jennings is a car guy, and so I appreciated you making an amendment to this that addressed antique vehicles and gave just a little bit of latitude to someone like him who might be trying to fix up something special. Not necessarily what we saw pictured here, though, but thank you for all your hard work and appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Harris?
Thank you. Jose, I love the slideshow. Carl, I do have a question. You know, I do a lot of projects at my house. I built a boat, but I did it behind my gate, right? I didn't do it in the driveway, so nobody had to see the project up on blocks for, 11 months. There was a point at which, though, I rebuilt the engine in my truck, and when I pulled the engine, I left my truck in the driveway while I sent it out to the machine shop, and it wasn't all that long. So I'm wondering how that fits with this ordinance. If somebody had complained that I was doing that automotive work in my driveway, would that have been an issue?
Yeah, we would have confiscated the vehicle and issued a citation.
No, could I have gotten a city truck to replace it?
No.
Market value of salvage?
Was it a Ford or a, no? So basically, you can do auto repair basically at any magnitude on your property. The key is that you do it inside doors. So if you do it inside the garage, then it's okay. Minor auto repair can be done on the driveway or whatever, changing the oil, changing the brakes, things that are of a minor sort of status.
Okay.
What we would do in that circumstance is you might get a letter from us. Well, you would get a letter from us saying we've been advised that you're conducting auto repair and you're going to have so many days to remove that vehicle or put it inside doors. And so we would never just come out of the box with a citation or removing of a vehicle. And we also intend to do as much outreach as we can before we go live with enforcement of this ordinance as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, I get a lot of complaints in my neighborhood about cars that have been inoperable or unmoved for months, even years. So I think this is going to make a lot of people happy in the neighborhoods. Thank you, Rick. And thank you, Carl, Jose. This is a good thing to move forward.
Yep. Good job. Thank you. Eric?
Just lastly, if people wanted to look at our code section and say, I have an antique vehicle, where could they go get that information?
I believe it's, the ordinance provides for section 5004 of the vehicle code, talks about the status of antique vehicles. I think they use a different term. I think it's called historic vehicles. And providing that you have your car or vehicle registered in that capacity, then we'll be more or less hands-off. But in my 25 years plus of code, I've never seen somebody have a registered antique vehicle in their driveway being stored.
It's an 87 Cutlass, then.
I don't think that would pass.
Not going to pass.
No, Councilman.
But horseless carriage #1 does pass.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Good.
All right. Clutch moment here for the city. Very good. All in favor? Aye. Please say aye. 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 Opposed? Abstained? That passes unanimously.
Councilmember Sharon votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, you guys. That's great. Okay, we now move up to item 30, which is the Creative Edge, the Sacramento Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Plan. This is one we've been anticipating for some time. I'll save my comments for a few minutes, but let me just welcome Jonathan Glass and to thank you and a lot of people will thank tonight for pretty incredible vision statement with real implementation goals and timetables here. So take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm truly honored to be here this evening to present to you for your consideration the city's first arts, culture, and creative economy plan in more than 2 decades, as you know, called Creative Edge. But before I give you a highlight of the plan, I would like to introduce two very important women in this process. The co-chair of the steering committee for the plan, Stacy Shelnut Hendrick, who is also the director of education for the Crocker Art Museum, and after Stacy, Priscilla Enriquez, Chief Impact and Strategy Officer at Sacramento Region Foundation, and a member of the steering committee, will speak to the plan and its alignment with the work of the foundation. In advance, I want to thank the foundation for being a financial supporter of the plan, and importantly, a close and thoughtful partner throughout the process. Stacy and Priscilla, why don't you come on up?
Thank you to the two co-chairs. I know how many hours you put into this.
Hours upon hours.
Upon hours. I should say days upon days, sorry.
I want to just say that I know many of you and I admire all of you, but never have I admired you more so on July 3rd of, of the week when you have a holiday coming. So thank you so much for your time. I'm excited to be here as one of the co-chairs of the Creative Edge Cultural Plan. Dan Bruner and myself had a pleasurable time overseeing the process and being part of the process. We really, I think, became familiar with in new ways how excited Sacramento is for arts and culture. I want to just acknowledge the tremendous work that the steering committee did. Many of the members of the steering committee are here, and I'm just going to ask them to stand really quickly. They did a phenomenal job. Thank you so much. The commitment of the steering committee was tremendous, and the leadership of the staff was also. And so I want to thank Jonathan Gluss for his work, Pablo, who is in the rafters, for his work, and then also Jody Ulick, who really had tremendous leadership in this process. So just briefly, I want to say that the process of the Cultural Creative Edge Plan was really community-based and community-focused. We had several different opportunities to engage the public and in a variety of ways. 66 in-depth interviews, 57 discussion groups, 10 city council districts forums, as well as 2 community-wide town halls. Many of you were at the first town hall. The mayor launched us, and we had over 250 residents there from all parts of the city talking about what art and culture could mean to the city. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. We think we have a plan that has a great vision, but also really solid, concrete strategy to it. And we look forward to hearing your comments and your thoughts. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Priscilla to talk a little bit about the support of the foundation. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Stacy. I just want to thank all of you very much. Thank you, Mayor Steinberg, Vice Mayor Hansen, the city council members, city staff, especially Jonathan Gluss, Pablo, Jody, and of course, Dennis Mangers, for all your support. The steering committee members.
Dennis who?
Your oldest intern, I believe, right? And of course, David Pletner and the CPG group for facilitating this entire process. It was a huge lift. And as you know, the Sacramento Region Community Foundation is all about place. And it was really important to us that this really be a community-engaged process, and it was. I think the participation was mammoth that we saw. People coming, artists excited, arts organizations like Feeling Hope. And the foundation invested in this effort because it really aligns nicely with our connecting the creative economy and strategic initiative at the Community Foundation. And it was time. It was time for the city, this region, this county to take a look at a greater engagement with the arts, greater support for artists, a focus on cultural equity, greater investment in the arts writ large, and of course, an intentional focus on our youth. And that's why through the arts education lens, where a part of the cultural plan falls on really matters to the Community Foundation, because youth are our future. And that's why the foundation will continue our investment and partnership with the city with the Arts Education Consortium, because youth are our future. They are the future artists. they are the future arts supporters, they are the future arts leaders of arts organizations, and all those three combined create a greater, thriving cultural city here in Sacramento. So thank you very much again. We look forward to implementing the Creative Edge along with you and all of the arts organizations in our city.
Thank you so much, Priscilla, for your leadership.
Thank you. As the mayor said, thank you for your leadership. And I'd like to tell you all, these two women in particular were absolute touchstones almost on a daily basis to make sure that we were reaching into the right communities in the right way, we were using the right language, we were being thoughtful about the way that we were engaging communities. We could not have had a more thoughtful outreach if it wasn't for Priscilla and Stacy. So thank you. So I'd like to just very quickly, I know you have the documents in front of you. I'd also like to acknowledge David Pletner Saunders, the managing partner of the Cultural Planning Group, who is here with us this evening. David, where are you? So if you have any questions, David is here for questions.
Thank you, David. You had great expertise. We're very appreciative.
So the planning process began in earnest in last August. I've said this before, but I'd like to say it again. Usually these plans go from 18 to 24 months. So we are very proud of the fact that we did this thoroughly and thoughtfully in a year. So it was all hands on deck. As Stacy said, we had a number of convenings in all sizes, including 2 town halls, 57 topic group discussions, online surveys, telephone surveys. Ultimately, more than 2,500 residents of Sacramento and the region were engaged in the process, some many, many, many times over. Ultimately, the plan clarified our community's tremendous interest in the arts, culture, and creative endeavors. The key themes from the plan include a recognition that our city embraces its rich cultural history and actively engages in cultural and creative endeavors. Importantly, the community sees the arts and creative sector as a key to the future of the city's success. I'd like to give you just a few stats from the surveys. The survey showed that 70% of Sacramentans participating in the arts and culture in the past 6 months, 70%. 51% consider themselves a craftsperson or creative worker. And when I say creative worker, I mean somebody who works for a paycheck in creative industries. 92% consider the arts, culture, and creative businesses somewhat or very important to the city. Also importantly, 88% consider arts education a high priority. Cultural equity was also a high priority, with 75% of residents saying that recognition of diversity is important, and 75% of those surveyed said they would support a tax for arts and culture. Finally, only 46% of artists and creative workers say they are currently satisfied in their ability to work in Sacramento to support their work. That's the only unfortunate news coming from this survey. So with this information, the Cultural Planning Group created 6 large goal areas: arts education, cultural equity, creative economy, artists and creatives, neighborhoods and districts, and investment in arts and culture. Page 79 of the plan that you have in front of you shows short-term implementation priorities. The complete plan, for those of you who are watching, is, including a 6-year implementation metrics, is at Creative Edge at cityofsacramento.org. We've only created 20 hard copies of the document in front of you. We will be creating more, however, and we can provide as many as you like for your offices after approval. Just a couple other quick comments. It's important to know that the highest priority in the plan is providing arts education to all of Sacramento's children and youth. That initiative is already underway, as many of you know, through an arts education consortium, which was launched in May with the leadership of Mayor Steinberg, funding from Friends of the Arts Commission, the Region Foundation, and supported the city through the Convention and Cultural Services Department and SMAC. In closing, I would like to thank the larger city team at CCS, as we've mentioned, or a few others have mentioned. Our department head, Jody Ulick, was very committed to this process, and Pablo Garnica, who's in the back of the room sitting there, really was the driver on a daily basis of getting this information out into the community. He did a fantastic job. Our colleagues in public information and neighborhood services worked with us to make sure that we were reaching every neighborhood, and every department head was interviewed through the process. So it really has been a whole citywide initiative. And finally, I'd like to thank the Arts Commission for their leadership. They have endorsed this plan, and they're eager to get to work. And
Very
with that,
good.
Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Well, we have a number of council members, of course, who want to come in. I have some things I want to say that puts the importance of this, I hope, into some larger context. But let's begin with, we have 10 members of the public who have signed up to speak, and let's hear from them first.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Jody Pruner, then Chris Smith, Bob Sicato, and then Maurice Reed.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So I'm Jody Prunier, Associate Director of California Lawyers for the Arts and Director of the Sacramento Programs. In addition to supporting the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission, the entire planning team, and the Creative Edge report, I wanted to emphasize that the arts, artists, and arts organizations serve as agents of democratic involvement, innovation, positive social and personal change, and all of this is vital to our healthy community. The arts also have a preventative aspect to them in helping people to identify and deal with their thoughts and feelings, make connections to others in their lives and in their communities, and help people dream and seek goals that are healthy and positive. In this regard, SMAC, as well as other California agencies, have been involved with California Lawyers for the Arts in our arts and corrections programs, including those at the county jails, also including the one in Sacramento. These programs have been evaluated, and findings are encapsulated in a report on our CLA website. Highlighting the report are numerous instances where inmates are reporting that arts programs can be life-changing, including changing the milieu of the very environment they are confined to. So if they can affect inmates that way, we know they can affect the greater community that we are in. With this as a backdrop, CLA, the William James Association, in partnership and to be held at the California State University in Sacramento, are putting on a California Arts for Justice Forum, one of 6 in the United States. It will be on October 16th to explore how arts can impact and inform other academic subjects, how it can lead to high school and college credit, how it can help hone skills in the workforce development, and how it can be researched and evaluated with a goal towards potential policy changes that may help issues of mass incarceration, most notably lessening incidences of recidivism.
Ms. Pruner, your time is complete. Will you make your final comment?
I'm inviting members of the Sacramento City Council to our forum so you can hear our ideas and our voices, we can hear yours, and we can brainstorm together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Smith, Bob Sicato, then Maurice Reed.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor. My name is Chris Smith, and I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Metro Chamber to speak on the city's Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Plan. First, we'd like to thank the Council and City staff for your hard work in identifying this important need and your incorporation of so many Chamber voices like the Chair of our long-standing Civic Amenities Committee, Mike Caselli. The Metro Chamber has led the charge in advocating and supporting our regional business community by promoting policies to help the community grow and expand. Many of you have firsthand experience in working with the Metro Chamber Civic Amenities team, whether it be on Cap to Cap or our annual study mission, which is also set to be this October in Brooklyn, and seats are still available. and understand our commitment to regional civic amenities. The adopted mission of our Civic Amenities Committee is to support the growth and development of our diverse civic amenities in the region. Collectively, we agree with several of the goals of the plan. We agree arts education for every child in school is the key to fostering young minds to think in innovative ways. With a fully developed and highly skilled workforce, we can ensure economic growth in the region by meeting employer needs. Second, we agree that cultural equity should be a priority for our region. Our region's economy is dependent on a diverse workforce, which deserves equally diverse civic amenities. And lastly, we agree that the Sacramento should be an arts destination, and we are happy to discuss ways to support infrastructure to make that vision a reality. On behalf of the Sacramento Metro Chamber, we again would like to thank the Council for the work on this issue and are happy to discuss how to best move forward to ensure that we have a successful implementation of the ideas represented here for a healthier community and a healthier economy in our region's core. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bob Siccato, Maurice Reed, the Nathan Alls House.
It's good to be back.
Maurice.
Congratulations to all the newly re-elected city council members. The Sacramento History Alliance is, we're both on the board. Bob is our chairman. He's not spoken to you guys before, so I'm going to shut up.
Move over there so we can hear you, please. Thank you.
Bob is the chairman of the Sacramento History Alliance. He's not spoken to you before, so I'm going to turn it over to him and let him give you our comments.
So good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Bob Siccato, as stated. I'm the chair of the Sacramento History Alliance, the nonprofit set up by the City of Sacramento to protect and promote the city history of Sacramento. Our portfolio includes the Sacramento History Museum, the Visitor Center, which are all holdings in Old Sacramento, and the extensive archives with millions of documents and photos dating back to the 1850s. We were asked, some of our board members, as Maurice was acted to present or be a part of the creative process, and we were willing. It's a bit outside our area. Although it's a thorough project and well done, we were caught off surprise that history was put into this concept. And fortunately, we spoke with Vice Mayor Hanson and arranged for a brief review by our board, and presumably some of our answers to our questions will be dealt at that particular time. So since I'm here, I just want to cover a couple of things. Sacramento history holdings are more than a bunch of old files and worn out files, although some of them are files. History is a major reason that tourists come to Sacramento. It's not sports, not farm to fork. It's a historic holding and a key element that keeps visitors coming, so don't neglect them. We would like to make sure we have a meeting with the mayor and city manager, and we're going to discuss three things. The facility in which the archives are held is deteriorating, and we need a new spot. Two, the Sacramento History Museum is over 50 years old. We need it to be updated. And lastly, we have some other wonderful ideas because the waterfront where the museum is waterfront property, and would love to spend some more time discussing that in Old Sacramento.
Good. We look forward to that. And, you know, the archives is an absolute treasure in this city. And Maurice, after some prodding, got me out there. And you just learn so many fascinating things. For example, did you know that the Sacramento Bee, April the 16th, 1865, that Abraham Lincoln's assassination was on page 3 of the Bee? Don't ask me why.
He was a Republican.
Good point. Good point.
And a great Republican he was. But these are the kinds of things, that you'll learn. There's so much incredible history at our archives there. So thank you, guys. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker is Nathan Alls House, Mark Rosso, then Andrew Davis.
Hello, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Nathan Alshouse. I'm the CEO of Score One Clubs, and we are actually recipients of the inaugural Rails Grant, one of the selectees, and I appreciate that, and I want to thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to kind of work with our video game industry here in Sacramento. I'd like to say that we support this plan. We believe that the arts is an important part of what our culture here is in Sacramento, and we believe in education. We had the first inaugural Global Game Jam for kids last weekend, which we were at, and Hack the Park was the week before, which City of Sacramento helped sponsor, and Square Root Academy, one of our fellow Rails Grant recipients, actually put on, and that was a great experience. And we just like to make sure that we have the video game industry represented as well, and that we work with everyone with this creative plan to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Rossow, Andrew Davis, Brianna Aya.
Hello, Mayor and Council. On behalf of Square One Clubs, Sacramento Developers Collective, Last Token Gaming, the Sacramento Gamers Expo, myself, and other video game artists, creators, and developers across the Sacramento region, we would like to thank the Mayor and Council for taking the initiative to create an arts and cultural plan for the city. In particular, we are thankful for the work put into the Creative Edge plan. As seen in this plan, the majority of Sacramentans want to see further investment in arts education and further economic support for our artists and creators. We also agree that a priority must be made on both cultural equity and engaging with the community throughout this process. We are happy to support the resolution to adopt the Creative Edge plan, as this is an incredible opportunity for Sacramento to support many of our own residents and creators while growing our local economy at the same time. While we support the adoption of the Creative Edge plan, we would like to recommend that the creators and artists within the video game industry also be recognized and considered throughout the plans moving forward. The designers, coders, graphic artists, animators, story writers, composers, and musicians who work on video games are a core section of the creative community going forward into the 21st century. Sacramento happens to also be rapidly growing this community through both our educational institutions and from talented people moving into the region. These artists have families, they start businesses, they help in our schools, and create beautiful works of art that can often take years of hard work to complete. Especially when it comes to the economic development initiatives written in the Mayor's welcome and with the recommendations mentioned in Goal 3, a priority should also be made to seed and grow the video game industry here in Sacramento. With the proper planning, the city has an opportunity to grow the talent pool and build the industry in a way not seen anywhere else across California. We would like to once again thank the Mayor and City Council for their commitment to the arts in this initiative. This is a vital time in Sacramento, and we appreciate the effort to support artists of all backgrounds. We hope that you decide to update the plan in the future to reflect the city's desire to also assist and grow the creators behind video games.
Thank you.
We look forward to working with the city in the future, and thank you so much. Have a good one.
Our next speaker is Andrew Davis, Brianna Aya, Dave Janae.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Davis. I am owner and operator of Davis Digital Assets, and in the wake of those two gentlemen who just came up here and elegantly spoke, I'm going to do my best. Basically, I actually am one of those people that they're talking about. I am a professional artist in Sacramento. I specifically came back to Sacramento from the Bay Area to start my business. It's not easy being a business person at all, and then when you add on the artist side to it, there's a number of challenges that we face. And this initiative is something that I myself highly find is amazing, and that we hope, basically, as I said, we hope that in the video game development industry, as well as other visual assets or visual arts, that we are also incorporated, on the digital side. Basically, I am here on behalf of my business and myself, basically to say in support of this, as well as also in support of Square One Clubs and other businesses like it, that the video game industry and other visual, non-traditional media is also be included in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back to Sacramento.
I have 5 more speakers. The next is Brianna, then Dave Janae, then Martin Ayaya.
Hey, Brianna.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brianna Aya. I am the co-organizer of the Sacramento Indie Arcade, the former vice chair of the International Game Developers Association in Sacramento, and the fellow co-leader for the Sacramento Developer Collective, and I'm a new mom to a 4-month-old little boy, so it took a little bit to get to item 30 on the agenda. He's in the lobby waiting. I am here because I am ecstatic that this conversation even started, but like my predecessors, I would like to encourage that the video game industry here in Sacramento also be implemented into the Creative Economy Plan. As you know, we have Electronic Arts operating in Midtown. just last year in 2017, we were featured in the Innovate Sacramento video. Sacramento Indie Arcade is a self-funded, independently run video game festival that celebrates our independent game developer community. We had over 500 attendees, mostly families, throughout the Tri-County region. We have just really poured our hearts out with our game development boot camps through Square One Clubs. A lot of the work that I've done through marketing and outreach over the last 5 years were instrumental in helping Square One Clubs get launched and to receive the Rails grant. So that is my spiel, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your patience tonight.
Next speaker is Dave Janae, then Martin Ayea, then Ed Fletcher.
As I listened to these speakers, I almost changed my mind, but I wanted to bring a point about surveys. I didn't get a survey. It's easy to get 95% or 99% when you pick the people who do the survey. That's number one. All right, I would like to know, and the reason I'm asking you to put this matter over until after the recess is I'd like to know how much we've invested in art, because we've short-shifted the cultural side of it. It cost me over $75 to go to the Bonnie Pinnell and Sam Pinnell Community Center last week to participate in a roundtable that discussed art and discussed culture and the lack of education that we have in our city. I'm all in favor of that, and that's why I made that investment, even though that's a large chunk of money for me on a very fixed income, a low fixed income. I felt it was important to be in dialogue and represent what we need, including the need to look at our police officer staffing and the fact that we have half the number of police officers in this city we need in order to ensure public safety and allow the culture experience to move forward. Please, in your deliberations, please consider that, because we need some help to continue and to exist on top of everything, which is why I need to speak to my council member. It's very hard for me when I'm hurt and in trouble to advocate, but I'm not going to stop, and please give that some consideration. You'll be hearing from this group after the recess as they come back to report, so I'm not going to talk about it other than it was an excellent group. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin Ayaya, Ed Fletcher, then Corey Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. Martin Anaya, Executive Director of the California Film Foundation and the Sacramento International Film Festival. And as you can probably tell, I cut my birthday / 4th of July short this evening so I could come and address this very important topic with you guys. Thank you so much. No applause, just money, please. But I wanted to say thank you to your wonderful staff and the folks that have been putting this program together. This initiative really, I think, does cover a lot of the main topics that many of the folks in the creative community have been championing for a long time, ourselves included. I was asked by your staff to make further comments in writing, so I'm going to save the bulk of that. But just a couple of things that I did want to underscore briefly, and I know you've heard plenty, but as it relates to the education of the youth, this is something we've been championing for 25 years now with the California Film Foundation. This is our 25th year, 23rd year with the Sacramento International Film Festival. And what we've been able to see with very limited resources has been truly, truly amazing. So just to underscore and to amplify on that point, and the other thing is the cultural diversity issue, and or cultural equity, as your plan puts it. We intentionally, as an organization, look to Del Paso Heights, Oak Park, and some of these other areas as our implementation zones where we want to put programs together, because we do know that we're looking at an underserved community and a community that needs this just as much as we do downtown. With that in mind, I do have some specific ideas and things that we've been doing that we'd like to amplify on. Last point, and again, thank you for the time, we just want to say bully to all of you for the inclusion of the technology aspect. I work in Silicon Valley for a living. That's what I do to make my money.
Will you make your final
And
comment?
with this program is doing, putting that as paramount has been really well received. I'll save the bulk of my comments, but thank you again. You guys have been.
Happy birthday, Mr. Nair. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ed Fletcher, and this final speaker is Corey Jackson.
Hi, this is Ed Fletcher. This is my inaugural time addressing the council as a member of the community.
Welcome
so
in.
I thought I'd overdress for it. I come wearing several hats. One as a documentary film producer. I'm working on a documentary about a piece of Sacramento history. The documentary is called Do the Dance, and it's about a 1969 court trial over indecency. So I wanted to speak on behalf of filmmakers and encourage you to do more and adopt this project proposal and think about how we can position Sacramento. Think about all the positive gain we got through Lady Bird. Think about how many other movies are out there, how many other projects are out there, and we need to do more to support artists here that can expose some of the brilliance of Sacramento with the world. I also wanted to switch hats quickly and briefly talk about Access Sacramento. Access Sacramento has been a resource to this community for a long time. Unfortunately, we've missed out on some grants that we think would help modernize and fully take advantage of the resources this council and the Cable Commission have placed there. You've given us great technology. They don't currently have the staffing or resources to fully put that to use. We've got an HD truck. I want to take it to Concert in the Park. I think we should be showing the brilliance of Sacramento on our channels and streaming on the internet. So I think there's a lot of possibilities there. Lastly, I've recently been elected president of a group called Sacramento Valley Spark, which is loosely aligned with Burning Man, and we look forward to bringing more interesting opportunities to Sacramento, and we'll be applying for grants and other things going forward. Thank you.
Ed, welcome to a new role. We're happy to have you here.
Corey Jackson is our last speaker.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Corey Jackson, founder of the 916 Hollywood Initiative. The 916 Hollywood Initiative is a collaboration of industry experts, local businesses, and community leaders who see both the need and opportunity to bolster the entertainment business within the greater Sacramento and Central Valley region. We support the Creative Edge and what they've done. They've done fabulous work. We support you guys, what you have done. I was there at a lot of the meetings. You were there on Saturdays at KVIE, on Tuesday at this council. So you've done the hard work. Now we're here posed to really put teeth to this. What we believe is bringing Hollywood. We want to thank our city manager, Howard Chan, for we're working on this contract for major production from Hollywood to Sacramento. And it's a Sacramento docuseries. In this docuseries, it was showcased at the game convention, well received. We then partnered with Unrealistic Ideas, which is Mark Wahlberg's and Archie Gibbs' company. And now we are posed with a major network that we're about to announce, and we'll be meeting with you guys individually about this stuff. But what it does is now that type of money, when A&E gave us the first $150,000, we spent $50,000 right here in the city. Now we have an opportunity to ramp that up through TV production. And we have an opportunity to show the kids how to do the internship. We can provide jobs to people locally through the TV industry. So there's a lot of good work here that's now can be able to happen because of the plug and play model that Creative Edge has created. So I want to thank you for your hard work. I want to thank them for their hard work. And just to know that we are going to be aggressively bringing Hollywood to Sacramento, and we're going to need your help to secure these deals to get this funding outside the region into Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Mr. Jackson, appreciate it. Okay, that's the public testimony. We do have members, of course, who want to speak. No, I'm going to go last. Thank you. It's the mayor here. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to correct the record first. Mr. Mangers was referred to as the oldest intern, but I prefer to think of him as the youngest at heart on the mayor's staff. He tends to have a lot more fun than the rest of the mayor's team. I just tell by the travel photos and everything else. Seriously, this plan, though, has been in the works for years. I remember Shelley Willis and previous arts commissioners working on trying to set this template, because it is, as much as we want to use the word plan, it could also be a recipe, it could be any euphemism you want. I think plan is a little too vague, though, because you've tried to put into one document all of the hopes, aspirations, visions that we have as a community. And I think, as the comments show, it's really hard to do that, because we are such a multifaceted community. We don't do just one thing. You know, in Nashville, it's music. But I'm sure there's other things, but that's all we know. In Sacramento, we talk about visual arts, performing arts, community arts. We talk about video games and film and so on and so forth. And I think, as Maurice and Bob said, we can't overlook our heritage and the things that drive the underlying reasons for why we have what we have. So I think that given all of those challenges, this is a phenomenal document. It doesn't mean that it will be perfect, though, but it is a good document. I think we have to value it as such. I also think that while many of you are here tonight, our film folks, you haven't been here necessarily when the council is talking about working with Visit Sacramento and our own staff to get money and resources or just cut red tape to help do film. We talk about those things all the time, and I apologize that things like that or video games aren't in here, because you're only seeing a snapshot in time of what we're talking about. But whether it's the creative economy grants that Mayor Johnson, then Mayor Steinberg has led, we continue to fund projects like those because we believe that those are part of our not only cultural future, but economic future as a city and as a region. I think that one of the things I did massage in this plan was this notion that we live in a world where if one community has assets, that means other communities can't have those assets. I am very proud to represent the core of Sacramento, the downtown core, where a lot of the arts and culture organizations are. And I think that's because of a history as a regional hub. In our entire region, downtown Sacramento is where it started, you know, on the waterfront. As Bob and Maurice were saying, that's where Sacramento began. And so it's only natural in our job center, in our urban center, that we have these assets. They're very hard to support. And while the city has a role in nurturing, and I think this is a lot like gardening, sometimes we plant things and we have to tend to them, but that doesn't mean we're the only thing responsible. The soil matters, the sun matters, the water matters. My point is we all have a role. Your private sector has a role, our philanthropic sector has a role, as clearly demonstrated by the Region Foundation, which has been a huge champion. Again, I think thanks to Denny Manger's leadership when he was chair of the board and before that and still. But the city alone can't accomplish this plan. I think that's one of the most clear things that everybody has to know. And given the lateness of the evening and the pressing of the holiday tomorrow, there's a lot to talk about here. But I think in the end, as long as we have a strong core that can radiate benefits out, and we're doing what we can to bring resources and access to the arts to the communities that don't have them, I think we'll have accomplished a lot. And in the work the council's done, example is the B Street Theater. We insisted that they go to schools throughout the city, throughout each council district to provide programs, particularly to disadvantaged youth, because we believe in that stuff. And those kind of programs aren't necessarily captured here. Facilities are. And I think that as we look at this, and I apologize, this is probably my fault, but on page 36, we had a comment from a former mayor, not the immediate predecessor of our current mayor, but another one who commented on the chart here about the assets and resources. And I know that I don't have 8 community centers in my district. I have 2 community centers in my district. So I know that this isn't perfect. So I don't want to become slavish to exactly what it says here, but the spirit, the intent, the overall vision, I think is absolutely right. And so the only thing that we need to do is ensure that the values that guide the plan are strong, and the equity value, the equity lens, has to be a predominant lens to help make up for past practices that didn't always plant the right seeds in the communities that needed opportunity and hope. And I think that we have a chance to not only correct for some of that, but also just do what we would normally want to do as the people of Sacramento, which is make sure everybody has a chance. Every neighborhood has a chance to see their hopes and dreams, whether it's on stage, on a wall, in a video game, that those kids and those families and those citizens know that. So, Mayor, if it's not impetuous, I'd like to propose a motion.
Impetuous. Slightly.
Pushy. Yeah.
Not at all.
I'd like to propose a motion that we adopt the plan, but with some direction to the city manager to come back to us with a proposed organizational structure that can help us begin envisioning implementation. Also related to that, tell us what an implementation plan should look like or how we get there, because there's a lot in here that is big dreams, but until we put some paths to those dreams in place, it's going to be hard for the community to know what we value. So the staffing side and then just an implementation plan. I would like additional outreach to the Center for Sacramento History, the Sacramento History Alliance, because they have a very successful program, not only in the archives and the museum, but overall it is a phenomenal thing. And then Howard, I don't know if it's best to come back by December. That gives you 4 or 5 months to put that together. Is that okay?
Yes, I mean, if we need some more time, we can come back sooner and provide an intermediate update. But we'll get together with the team to take a look at how we can organize all these recommendations under the goals.
Okay. So that's essentially the motion to do the structure, provide an implementation plan, and then by December. The only other thing I'd say is embedded in here is sort of this shifting of the Arts Commission, which has been a very useful tool for a very long time. It's brought people together, but I think in a lot of ways it hasn't served that equity piece as well as we would like. And so by creating a city arts commission or whatever name it gets, I think we'll be able to better serve all 8 districts and the city as a whole and achieve the vision. I think that's something that not everybody is fully grasped, how the organizational structure drives the decisions, but we know that systemic lack of opportunity is usually driven by the very system, right? And that's why it's systemic. I'm being redundant, but I think that we need to do this. We need to take our future into our hands when it comes to the creative economy, and the best way to do that is to have our own commission.
Thank you very much, Steve. Jeff, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. First I'd like to thank David Pletner Saunders and Jonathan Gluss for coming to my office and having some extremely stimulating conversations and really bringing out in me thoughts about the arts that I didn't know I had. A lot of that was the pride that I feel in the amount of art that is already in Sacramento, but the abundance of talent that we have in this city of people who work in every aspect of art media. It's really tremendous to me as I move along as council member to see the incredibly creative people who live here and who choose to come back here to express their art, to take on the challenge of making a living creating art, which is exactly what we want to engender here. The Vice Mayor speaks in analogies often, and he talked about gardening. I liked it, and I'd like to add to that the best fertilizer is the gardener's footsteps. Now, you can take that wherever you want to take it. It means a lot to me. Just think about that one. The real value in this document is just simply that the city took time to have this vision. There's a lot to be proud of here in Sacramento, and there's a lot to point to, and there's certainly always a lot of ground to gain, so I appreciate the Vice Mayor thinking about implementation of this plan. But I would say this, early in this project, we had a public forum at Clooney Center. I think it was one of the first forums that we had out in the public. And I think because it was early in the program, it wasn't all that well attended, but it was really fascinating exercise to see people go through the same process that I had gone through in my office with these two gentlemen, to just think about what arts and culture mean in Sacramento and how valuable it is to our community overall, and frankly, our economic health. So I'm pretty excited about this plan. I think it's a really good piece of work. And I'd have to say that I thoroughly enjoyed going to a public forum that wasn't about complaining about a public works or public utilities project, because I certainly do a lot of that. So it was a truly enjoyable experience, and I thank you both for it. And everybody who worked on the plan. It was really a substantial piece of work.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Ashby.
Can I just ask you one quick question, Jonathan? Can you, and I'm sorry, you know, I'm usually really thorough on the staff reports, but because of the earlier item on tonight, I was knee-deep in 2,000 pages of traffic analysis. So can you just tell me really quick the film piece in here? Because you know, this was the mantra at the one in my district, and you heard Corey talk about it tonight, and I received an email from a group, including Rick Gott, Aaron Leong, Lori Peterson, and Sally Forcier, all who came and attended all of the meetings because they wanted to see a bigger emphasis on film. And what they're really asking for is a rapid assessment of what we're doing and not doing in film in Sacramento, evaluating the strengths, weaknesses, and of course the opportunities, which Corey also talked about today. And then once we have that, acting quickly with an investment in, I think we all know what it's going to say, that we need a full-service, full-time film office. But I think Council Vice Mayor Hansen touched on this too. It's something we've tried. We've tried multiple times from this dais to make this happen and somehow have fallen short. So how can we take this moment here to get the steps we need forward on a path to greater efficiencies in the current film permitting process and get ourselves, as Corey said, bringing those outside resources in that industry? 'Cause, I mean, I heard from dozens through this process that was the reason they were participating. So,
Sure. Councilmember Ashby, I want to thank you in particular. Every city council member, I appreciate the time that you gave us in hosting a meeting in your districts. You were so engaged in that meeting and making sure that the community came out, and obviously it was beneficial.
thanks, that's because the mayor's longstanding intern forced me. True story, actually.
I believe that. So, yes, the city manager's office has already asked us to do a quick but thorough assessment on the existing film sector here. So now that we're moving this through tonight, that'll be top of the agenda is to do that.
Great. That's mostly what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to know that was next up, that we were going to get that done. I really feel, Mayor, of all the things in here, and there are a lot of good ones, and the person who talked about the video game industry, and I know that's important to Steve too, that's definitely...
That'll be part of it as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. But for me, I really felt this rose to the top, and it is the one that, if we could solve it, would actually bring a lot of that economy to our region. We have the right mayor too, because of the film credit piece that people have been complaining about. So I wanted to hear you say that was going to be top priority when we left from this, the leaping off from this point. So.
Oh, absolutely, and I can add Mike Testa at the CVB is very supportive of jumping into this really quickly as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Guerra?
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to recognize District 6 constituent Ed Fletcher over there for his commitment to public access, and you know, and I think the Cable Commission has done a lot to help out Access Sacramento, but we need to do more. And I think it's a great location to be able to have someplace locally at our Coloma Community Center to be able to do more. And at that point, I also give a shout out to our Commissioner Sarah Polo from Elmhurst for fighting for Access Sacramento and making sure that they get their fair share of that access of resources. here's a couple, just one concern, a couple concerns. One, on the goal 5 of supporting neighborhoods and creating and infusing all Sacramento neighborhoods and districts with arts and culture. When I looked at this, and I know it's probably because of the section on opportunities, but when I looked at section 5.3, of the 8 components of 5.3, 5 of them, more than half of them, all related to the downtown area. The point 1 was the riverfront, point 2 was the rail yards, and point 3 was Capitol Mall. Point 4 was the Capitol. The point 7 was riverfront and streetcar. And so, I give credit for the 5.2 on neighborhood art programs, but those are areas of opportunity. I just hope, as we implement this plan, that more than half of the focus isn't just in our central city. Like if the goal is truly neighborhood, I want to make sure that we're doing that and not just putting in there that we're going to work on promise zones. Because promise zones encompass the whole city, but that's not one piece. And I see our dean from Sac State here, who is actually working down in the George Sims area and Glen Elder on some, community capacity building for some of this artwork. And I want to appreciate that. So that's one, I think, concern, but maybe more direction than that I hope we'll take focus on as we move forward with the direction that Vice Mayor Hansen had suggested. The second point is when we talk about neighborhoods, because of the way our school districts are designed, students are sometimes moved around areas and they may not be in the specific neighborhood. For example, a lot of students in Oak Park go to Tahoe Park. A lot of students who would be going to Hiram Johnson is the East Sacramento school, but that draws students from everywhere, from the south area, from the county and whatnot. I hope that we will start looking also at, when we look at schools, those that have challenges with poverty, those that have challenges with other socioeconomic challenges, and a recognition that some of those PTAs, if they're even existent in those schools, that are sometimes the catalysts for raising revenue for arts programs and other creative activity, may not exist or don't have the capacity to do the actual, some of this work that we want to do and ask them to leverage. So I want to make sure that we're being conscious of that some communities and some PTAs and some of the school districts will have those challenges. And I hope that in implementing some of this goal 5 of the plan, that we take that into account. Lastly, I think, I commend all the folks from the gaming community here. I went to school with, at Sac State, go Hornets, Stingers up, with one of the developers at, EA here in Sacramento, and the fact that someone who is from Sacramento, works in Sacramento, was able to create the Star Wars, game and has made that a, worldwide game that's from here. I think that's amazing, and we should be figuring out how to do more of that both in the gaming world. And the thing about gaming and film is that if we connect that to the neighborhoods, if we connect it to those schools that have these challenges, they are very tangible things and energetic things that youth, I think, will be able to be drawn to do better. So those are my points of guidance. I hope that as we develop this plan, we take that a form of true equity. But again, when I see more than the majority of the number of points on an area like that, then I wonder, are we losing the sight of all the different benefits that our neighborhoods have to offer? With that, glad to support the item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you so much. I want to build on your comments just a little bit, if I might, in making some closing comments. First of all, tremendous thank you to everyone. There are these plans, right? But this was a plan that was put together with heart and soul from a lot of people. And it is neither intended to be nor will it be one of those proverbial dusty shelf reports that we look back on, wouldn't it have been nice if we could achieve this? This is an actual roadmap, and we need to follow it, and we need to take the steps that allow us to implement the recommendations here. So to Jonathan, David, Stacy, Priscilla, Denny, who really led the effort in every way from my office, and with my full support. Thank you all so much. I'm proud of many things about this report, but I think one of the things that really stands out is that thousands of Sacramentans participated in its development. I mean, literally. The number of people surveyed, the number of community forums, how packed and attended they were. It shows how palpable the hunger is for the creative arts here in Sacramento, and not just one form, by the way. Many, many forms. People want a more vibrant city, plain and simple. And they are proud of what we have done, but they are hardly satisfied. That's what the underlying poll shows. That's what the people said. That is what we know. The emphasis on arts education is not only appropriate, it is essential, because unless we create the next generation of artists and of the audience, then we will not be paving the way for an arts future. And the emphasis on neighborhood-based arts equity, that's everything in our city now. And you know, the old thing, and you hear it a little bit here on the council, but what I love about my colleagues here in this body is that they all represent their districts hard, but they all recognize sort of the validity of each other's positions, because it is not either or. It is not Central City or the neighborhoods. It just isn't. It must be both. And it must be both because this arts agenda is more than just increasing the aesthetic of our community. That's important, increasing the culture, improving the culture of our community. This is a central tenet of our economic development strategy in Sacramento. It's central because the vibrancy of our art and culture will determine who chooses to live in this city, what industries choose to move here, whether people of all ages, but especially the younger generation, decide to make Sacramento their home, because people want to live in a city that is alive and vibrant and open and 24 hours, and with a variety of things that's eclectic, that has the traditional arts, that has the new arts, that has arts we can never imagine. I mean, just think about Art Hotel and Art Street and and wide open walls and all the Crocker offers, out in the community. There's just so much that people want. But I think the last point I want to make, I hope, is not the downer, but it is really what I hope is the call to action. Because there's another reality here about our history, and that is we have starved the arts. We have starved the arts. And I'm sorry, it took 11 years, I don't know, art, culture, science, education. It took 11 years from the imagining of a powerhouse science center to break ground. We had to dance on the head of a pin to save a little bit of money after we approved, rightfully, the exciting convention center and community center theater plan to have a little extra money for Destination Sacramento, and we return with that report, I know, to the City Council in a couple of weeks. And we have real opportunities to fund this plan, to fund it, not to the exclusion of housing or not to the exclusion of, quote, traditional job creation or economic development, and not to the exclusion of public safety in any way. But we will demonstrate our seriousness to this mission if we are serious about going after a broad and sustained base of funding to be able to invest in the neighborhoods in a real way. And if we don't do that, and if we're not serious about it, and if we continue to do the same thing that we have done, which isn't bad, but not nearly good enough, then we will continue to do great things once in a while, as opposed to sustaining our ability to do great things all the time. Now, maybe this is a preview of my July 31st Measure U speech here from the dais, but so be it. Because I really believe it. We want to build an arts economy and a creative economy. We need to do this. We need to show fidelity to it. We need to be committed to it, and we need to fund it. I need a second, then I urge and I vote. There's a motion and a second. Okay. Moved and second. Very good. Thank you to everyone. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. Got a master plan here. Now let's go implement it and fund it. Thank you very much, everybody. From the creative arts to restrooms, we now... Thanks, Dan. We now go to the final item of tonight's agenda, and that is option. It's a very important issue, not making light. Adoptions for additional public restrooms in the central city. Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, public. It is the fourth hour of testimony on July 3rd before council break. The excitement is palpable, I know, as we address this, but thank you for your patience. I'm probably guessing you're going to want this to be brief, and I'm assuming that everybody has read the council report and been briefed up. But I'll run through quickly the slides so that we can get an understanding of where we are with this. This is a follow-on report to several reports we've done on restrooms. And after the last one that we gave, we were directed to take a look at some specific opportunities and then to give a staff recommendation. First of all, we were asked to look at two existing site options. One was City Hall, where we're currently doing the meeting, and then also County North A building. The analysis of this particular building, we came up with a price tag of about $356,500 for annually keeping that open 24/7, with several concerns about security and operational impact. For the County North A building, we had the opportunity, and this was facilitated by Councilmember Harris, to work with the county staff and actually created a concept that included not just the restroom that's in the building, but also creating services. This particular option actually does a better job of meeting our requirements or our model in the city for not just treating the symptoms, but actually treating root causes of homelessness. We would be offering things such as rehousing, counseling. We would be offering case management in this particular location. Take note of the fact 250 people a year are serviced. Take note also that we do targeted outreach in River District, where there is a high amount of homelessness right now, and also that we would have a hot shot capability in this where a team would go out throughout the River District and would target hazmat, human waste, needles, things such of that nature. River District was briefed on this as well. They support it with the caveat that it would be a one-year program that includes a baseline count designed to measure the success of the program. So the staff suggestion on this would be that it would be a one-year pilot with those parameters. We also had the opportunity to look at new facility options, and they ran the gambit from sort of the hardened porta potty you see there in the redwood covering up through brick and mortar restrooms being built. We developed a pricing for all of these. That pricing included just putting out the facility and also utilizing an attendant program. For most of these, particularly for the like for the porta potty and for the Portland Loo, the recommendation from other cities that have done this was pretty strong that you would do attendance, because otherwise you get vandalism damage and you just wind up with an unserviceable unit. Note that that these particular facilities would join the restrooms that are already available, 28 that run 24/7 right now, 55 throughout the city that have variable hours, and 3 restrooms that are being built over the course of the next year. Also, the staff took a quick look at cost for doing wayfinding. It's about $5,000, and it would be directing people to those restrooms I already mentioned and making sure that they knew where they are, which we've identified as being a real problem. People don't realize that we do have restrooms around the city and where they're located. Okay, so staff's recommendation is that we go with the county option, County North Building A, with the idea that this provides those wraparound services in addition to the toilet. Instead of just getting a flush, you're getting a fix, and we think that's important. We also suggest doing the wayfinding. It's a no-brainer. It's $5,000, and we've already got the restrooms in place, so why not tell people where they are? We also offer that we continue looking at the restroom options that are out there. If somebody's come up with a better way of doing things, we certainly want to look at that. We were also asked to take a quick look at Lava May, which is is done in San Francisco. It's basically a bus that's been modified and provides cleanup shower facilities for people. Lava May no longer exports that capability. They are staying within the Bay Area. However, they do provide consultation to develop it, and we estimated that it would cost about $100,000 to build out a bus so that it could do this particular mission, and it would be about $200,000 a year to run it. The problem we have here is there is no vendor right now in our area that does this particular program. Subject to your questions?
We do have public comment. Let's hear the public comment. And I got a couple council members who've led on this to weigh in here.
I have 3 speakers, Michael Voy, Howard Lawrence, then Bob Erlenbush. Mr. Voy?
Thank you. This is a proposal that I can support, and I'm happy to support this. It makes sense to me, and I think it's pretty well thought out. Hopefully with Measure U, maybe the circle on the right-hand side can come to fruition, the additional option with the, I think the one from San Francisco, the bus proposal, because I don't think that's really a part of this. And I made a commitment to support Measure U and volunteer about, well, say 12 to 16 hours in working on that, and so I'll work with somebody.
My people will call your people.
Pardon?
We will be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Howard Lawrence?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council. I'd like to wish everybody a happy 4th of July. As I think most all of you know, I'm a representative of Sacramento ACT, Area Congregations Together, which is a grassroots community organizing network here in Sacramento that's been around since at least about 1992. I'm here tonight to speak in support of most, if not all, of the staff recommendations, particularly the use of the county building, the titled North A. For a number of years, ACT has been among the organizations that's advocated a triage function to help us get a handle on the issue of homelessness. So we're very happy to see the idea of basic human sanitation being combined with this. We're very much in support of it. We'd like to talk with you for just a couple of moments about the notion of the Portland Loo as something to be considered. Our committee actually did research, talked to them, and it's led us to believe that the communities that have utilized the Portland Loo see this as a sensible and an effective solution to a public health issue. And it basically, I will conclude by saying that's what we're dealing with here is a basic human health issue and a basic human right. And I'm glad to see us moving forward with this important issue. Thank you.
Mr. Erlenbush?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Bob Erlenbush. I'm the director of the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. I want to start off, I know that all of you got my letter, so I want to start off with really appreciating the staff's due diligence in looking at every single option that the coalition recommended and you talked about. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for considering a range of options. And I also want to be totally transparent. I am vice president of the board of First Steps Communities. So that is what was talked about as a potential partner at the North A building. Fully support that partnership with the county. It makes total sense, but it doesn't go but the recommendations don't go far enough. It can't be an either, let's do $5,000 on wayfinding and the North A, and let's just continue to look at a bunch of other options while people are outside using the streets and the river and the alleys and parkways for how long until we decide to do something else. It shouldn't be to the exclusion of providing dignity options to people. Let me propose a win-win. Support the North A collaboration. That makes total sense. That's not Central City to me. That's the River District. Open up City Hall. You've got the infrastructure. You've got the bathrooms. You've got 24-hour security. That's Central City. That provides a win-win. That provides bathrooms in the River District, 24/7 in Central City, and then fully support Lava May as portable showers and toilets, and even could have washing machines and dryers, et cetera, depending on how much we wanted to put on a bus, to be able to be portable so it can move around and address homelessness in my district, District 7, in Councilmember Carr's district, in
Erlenbush, your time is
Garrett's
complete. Will you make your final
et cetera.
comment?
So you've got River District, you've got Central City, and portable solutions. It should be an entire package that you pass and act on tonight. Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience tonight and public members for speaking on this important issue. Councilman Harris first.
Mr. Mayor, I feel it's always very important to close out a fiscal year with potty talk. And also to lead us into our vacation. You know, it's a great way to go. I've got a few things to say here. First, I'd like to thank Chris for reading into the record the actual River District concerns, because those were very important to get approval from the River District Board to accept more services in an area that is overly, beleaguered with homeless services. And of course, they've had angst about this for 20 years. And a lot of it's based on fact, but I think we convinced the board that we can do positive change for the River District. The River District is the most impacted area in the city with homeless issues. The impacts of homelessness in the River District are undeniable, and North A Street probably has, I hate to say it, but just more fecal matter on the street than anywhere else in the city, bar none. So using the old El Hogar guest house to get a double win is really a good program. I know it is, nothing is free, but Mr. Waters out here, I want to thank you personally because of what you did with Winter Sanctuary, but you showed that you could combine daytime triage and get good results. But the real win here is collaboration with the county. This is a nut that we've needed to crack for a long time, to jointly own the issue of homelessness, to search for solutions together is a big win. To do pit stop there as well as provide services is a great program in an area that truly needs it. So I'm hoping that my council colleagues will support us on that. again, you know, the River District just has so many issues with homelessness. And actually, in council comments, I'll address another one. On Lava May, of course, yeah, I'm very supportive of this. You know, I was the one who brought Pit Stop to Sacramento, and it was a very successful program, albeit expensive, the way that we procured and approached the issue. But to take that a step further and add showers is a plus. And I think that this is something that we need to explore. But as Mr. Conlon said, you know, right now there's really nobody set up in the area to do that quickly or with some facility, but we need to direct effort there moving forward. I think it's a good thing. I also favor a permanent bathroom in Cesar Chavez Plaza. It's our central city plaza, and the fact that we have no facilities there for everybody, I'm not talking about homeless people being able to relieve themselves. I'm talking about the people who come to our central city and avail themselves of the beauty of Cesar Chavez Plaza. You know, I've felt for a long time that we need to have a public facility there. So if my council colleague in District 4, you know, favors it, I would certainly in the future like to look into a Portland Loo. It would possibly require attendance, certainly need a lot of ongoing effort to maintain, but it's an essential aspect to dealing, you know, with basic human needs in our city center. So I would like to move the staff recommendation. I appreciate all the work that Chris and Emily and everybody who put into this. Yeah, it's a big topic. It's an ongoing topic. But I can tell you this: we have proven that triage works. We created a great program in our window triage shelter, which is ongoing currently. We've housed a lot of people, and a lot of people with some very deep issues. People who are extremely resistant to services out in the wild on the American River Parkway. We're onto a good program here, and we need to continue investment to not only meet the basic needs of homeless who are out camping on the street, but to show that the stability and the application of services is really making a positive difference in the community. So the River District asked that we keep metrics to see if we're actually doing a positive thing for the River District. And I know why they asked for it, and I think it was very fair for them to do that. It actually took 2 votes to get this past the River District Board. The first one was a thumbs down. I want to thank Greta Lachin on the board because she really kind of opened the door by saying, look, if you can just show us that you're helping the River District, then we can accept this service. I think this is a great program, and I'm very happy to move it, and I hope we get some colleague support here.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Harris, for your leadership on this. You tipped my hand a little bit to some of the things I was going to talk about, but I appreciate, first of all, your tenacity in trying to figure out the River District issue. It is really a testament to the work that you've done and our staff has done to make that happen. And I think you deserve a lot of credit. I appreciate, Chris, what you and the team have done to put together options. I'm just going to be very brief because of the time and the holiday, but I think of all the things here, I do support adding a bathroom back to Cesar Chavez, and I have for quite a while, and you know that because you've arm wrestled with me about it, as well as some other people. I still feel very strongly that the right thing to do, Howard, you took the words out of my mouth by talking about Portland Loo. Ever since Julie Murphy, my Marshall School New Era Park Neighborhood Association president, told me about it in 2012, I wanted to put a Portland Loo in the city. I visited Portland for something else, but I saw them, and they work when they're done right. Now, other cities haven't done them right because they put them in bad locations and then they get problems. So that's often been the refrain, oh, we can't do that because somebody else tried it and didn't go well. I don't think that that's a good argument here. I do think that the long-term vision has to be to restore a public bathroom in Cesar Chavez Plaza. There's enough demand. There's a lot of other things going on, and I think that's the right thing to do. I am also really interested. I looked at the Lava May website. I signed up. There's a whole to-do on how to make a Lava May bus. I don't know if it's that hard. We've got great people. Hector, maybe you and I could get together on a weekend and transform a bus. Jeff could paint it.
I'll bring my welder.
And Jeff can weld. But I think a lava may is something that is portable. You know, a couple of the options on here, the porta potty, it just seems not only low rent. You know, we had stories from the 90s about them getting lit on fire and this and that, getting tipped over. I just don't know if that's the right thing for us to do at City Hall. And then the trailer, I think, comes with, you know, pluses and minuses, but I think it's not sufficient probably in the end. But I do like the idea of a portable solution that can help address some of the needs that move around. Not on here is the Starbucks thing. You know, now they will let anybody use their bathroom all the time. So we had been investigating a partnership with businesses to open their restrooms to the public. Well, we got one for free. So I think that we should celebrate that. You don't have to buy coffee. You can just go and use the bathroom. But also, I think we need to recognize that this should alleviate some of the problem that we're seeing. I don't think that any of these solutions will be sufficient to eliminate the problem. That is not a pun. But I do think that if we can restore some Central City bathroom access, particularly after hours, that would be helpful. Chavez Plaza, we've talked about St. Rosa of Lima Plaza. I'm open to locations. I'm just not open to doing nothing on a permanent facility. And then this Lava May thing. So Jeff, if you'll take some of those things as a friendly amendment, I will second your. That is approving staff recommendations 1, 2, and then for option 3, doing a Portland Loo, and coming back to the council with a feasibility study on a Lava May.
I can accept those amendments.
All right, then I second your motion.
I want to ask a question. Repeat the motion, please. Would you summarize the motion for somebody?
So the motion is to accept staff recommendation.
Yeah,
the motion is to accept staff recommendation with further direction per Councilmember Hanson desires to look into Lava May to create a path forward for a portable solution.
It was to identify a location and come back with funding for a Portland Loo in the downtown core, and to bring back a feasibility to the council on a Lava May.
Those two items
that's
is what
the
he
motion,
added
yeah.
to my motion.
Support those. Can I ask you just a question in terms of sort of the controversy about the Portland Loo and Chavez Park back and forth? And that is, in conversations, for example, with the Downtown Partnership, have we explored the potential of doing that, but having it open just in the evening? Because, you know, or after hours, because I think you're correct that, or maybe you and Jeff are correct, that the daytime doesn't seem to be the problem. I mean, City Hall is open during the daytime.
I have seen people eliminating Chavez during the day.
I'm sorry?
I have seen people eliminating in Chavez during the day.
I know.
So, but
well,
I think it's.
But they might
still,
do that anyways. I mean, the point is, my question is this. Well, a couple of questions. Are there sufficient restrooms for people, if they choose to use them, during the daytime? And if the objection to a restroom, for example, the middle of Chavez Park, is that, I'm not agreeing with the argument, but if the argument is that it would interfere with the daytime restaurant business and the daytime farmers market, daytime commerce, if you will, or use of the park during the daytime, it seems to me that, and if there are sufficient restrooms elsewhere, it seems to me that the void we're trying to fill here in the Central City is the nighttime. After, I don't know, pick your hour, 8 o'clock, whatever. And so if the Loo is the best way to do it, because it's a better facility, might it make sense, and might we bridge the gap here with those who are concerned about it by building it and operating at night? I just put it out there as a possible way to create a different conversation with the partnership and with others about this. I don't know.
The only thing I'd add, Mayor, is the operations of the facility is a different question than whether we build it at all. And I think it's,
You'd
I
have
don't know
monitors
how
at
you
night.
make the argument about chicken and egg here, but we don't have a place to argue about because there's been no place built.
I get
And
it.
so we can't make the decision. I don't think it's a bad notion to pursue. But in the end, we had a public bathroom there. It wasn't sufficient because of the way it was designed. Portland Loo is designed essentially to be indestructible. It is SEPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, designed. So police departments like it when it's placed appropriately, all those things. And so if there is an option, this is the option. And that's why I think you hear people like Howard Lawrence, great advocate, talking about it in a very reasonable way.
Yeah. Okay, I just put it out there as a way to potentially break the impasse.
There will be people that don't like it, but it's a city park. I think it can be used for special events. We could probably amortize some of the cost through events that don't have to pay for porta potties, and it will serve the public at large.
Okay, then we'll bring it back and see where people are at. Go ahead. Jeff, did you have another comment? Yeah.
So Mayor, I'd like to address a little bit of what you said. Certainly the management of that kind of facility is open discussion, There are many management options, and we can try things and adjust as we understand the use. What we did find with Pit Stop, because we ran from 8 in the morning till 6 at night, is that people acclimated to that time, and they used it heavily in the morning and heavily before we closed. And the amount of uses we had in Pit Stop were pretty dramatic, 20,500 uses in 6 months. It wasn't nothing. So in terms of, we can consider attendance for the Portland Loo, if that's what we need to do. I mean, the management options are really open-ended. But I agree with Steve that the idea of getting the facility built is pretty important. So, for that reason is why I accepted his friendly amendments.
Good. I'm for the motion. Okay, Councilmember Ashby.
Yeah, can we just, I think you guys have both hit on this, but can we just also agree that in that analysis that comes back, there will need to be some discussion about how we monitor that bathroom? Because this has been the problem before. We found bathrooms before, and then we needed a monitor for them. So I am almost less worried about the location, more worried about how we monitor that restroom. And I'm with Jeff on this, and if we put it in a park, doesn't matter if it's which park, families are going to want to use it, especially with kids and stuff. So I don't think you build to one group. I think you build to all groups, and then you maintain it so that all groups can use it. So my last just piece here that I would add is please include, when you bring back the analysis, City Manager, the cost to manage a bathroom that's going to be heavily utilized, that we want to be safe for everyone and clean.
Councilmember Ashby, I just wanted to add something, if it's okay with the mayor.
Go.
I think we've learned with these public restrooms and parks that they do require management.
Yeah.
And I think a sufficient management plan, particularly because Chavez has so many different demands on it, would be the appropriate strategy, whether that's attendance, hours, but also janitorial, all the things you mentioned.
Yeah, it's
have to
true.
go into that.
It's true anywhere in the city, even
But
in the
it's-
restrooms in North Natomas that are next to schools. You have to have a plan for addressing them. You can't. It's a different problem. It presents itself differently everywhere, but there has to be some monitoring.
I hate to keep us from our recess, but
Why? We're having a good time.
If we're going to have 24-hour management and what that costs, why wouldn't we just use the facility at Cesar Chavez?
There isn't one now. That's the problem.
They tore that one down.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about, the potential of bringing one back. Yeah. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Good discussion. All in favor? Thank you to everybody. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. All right, thank you. That passes. Thank you to all the advocates, Chris, Emily, the staff, good team. Steve and Jeff especially, thank you. Council ideas and questions before we break. I know I have one. Councilman Guerra.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got a lot of great stuff happening this 4th of July. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., the Sierra Oaks Neighborhood Association is having their parade at 2512 Morley Way. And then also the Golden Palms Mobile Home Park is having their parade at 9:30 at 8181 Folsom Boulevard. Hope to see you guys out there. But if I could get our Assistant City Manager, Chris Conlon, and Interim Fire Chief here. Chief Conlon, can I call you that for this occasion? You know, one of the things that Councilmember Jennings and I and also Councilmember Harris has been interested is the issue of illegal fireworks. And some of our communities are plagued with this illegal fireworks. And, you know, as Councilmember Harris was just finishing his potty talk, most of you know that I like trash talk, but today one of the things that really lights me up is illegal fireworks. And what I want to make sure is that if people are out there and you see illegal fireworks, that you report it, 916-264-5471, 916-264-5471, or email fireworks@pd.cityofsacramento.org. That's fireworks@pd.cityofsacramento.org. But Chris, can you talk a little bit about the enforcement efforts that we've done in the 6-week program, and also that law enforcement will be out to, this holiday on this issue, enforcing not only the sale but the use of illegal fireworks?
Absolutely. So with the help of Councilmember Guerra and Councilmember Jennings, and also with encouragement from Councilmember Harris, we put together a task force. The task force was composed of fire and police with some help from our neighbors in the county. The task force was designed to go out and to aggressively go after illegal fireworks. They started off by doing some surveillance, created intelligence from going online primarily, things like Craigslist and other things. And they were successful in actually seizing at least 3 individuals who had been separately selling fireworks. In one case, recovering hundreds of pounds of fireworks from illegal fireworks from one of them. They actually also stumbled onto a major distribution center down in Stockton. Stockton PD wound up doing the arrest, but our guys were responsible for having found it. Very steep fines for these individuals. In one case, the individual not only had the fireworks, but they also had weapons with them, and obviously could have been a disaster had these fireworks been in a fire in somebody's house. Most of them are kept in domiciles. So following up with that, what is going to happen now is that same task force is going to transition now to going out on the streets during the 4th of July celebrations. They've already been out there for the last couple days, and they'll be out until the 5th, and they will be waiting for those reports, as you heard the council member mention, how you can call them in, and they'll be trying to catch people in the act.
Thank you, Chris. I mean, I do want to commend our PD, our folks at the fire department. ATF has been involved, and even our folks over at the county sheriff's department. They're part of the this task force that we put together here with the city, and we seized over 1,600 pounds of illegal fireworks in just the last month. But we just want to remind, and there was a felony arrest, and we're going to also be out there again. You know, the reality is they fly in the air, they cause house fires. Last year we had 6 fires. They also, you know, explode, and there have been, you know, kids who've lost their fingers. So if it flies or explodes, it's illegal, and we want to encourage people to report the use of any illegal fireworks and to our city. And with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to wish everyone a happy 4th of July, but let's do it safely and honor our national holiday.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items for the city manager. One is, as the Business Journal noted, we've had a lot of delays on the 9th Street Sewer Project. Mr. City Manager, I'd like you to dig into that. It appears that Sorry, I didn't even realize. I've been working with staff for a long time, and I feel like the project kind of has an uncertain future, and I'd like to have a better idea of when it's going to be wrapped up. The phases that are done, if the fencing and barriers can come down to open the streets, because it's really hurting our small businesses, and I just need your help doing that, so I thought I'd make an official request. The other thing is Councilwoman Ashby and I have been working on a charter amendment related to the city auditor and the independent budget analyst, as well as some other charter cleanup, and I'd like to see that agendized for either July 24th or July 31st. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me, I will not be here on the 24th of July. I will be gone, so I would request that that be set on the 31st when I can be here. Any charter amendment, especially one involving the city auditor and making a charter officer relevant in some ways to Measure U, and all the work that we're doing should be heard the same time, and I won't be here the 24th. I'd ask that it be set for the 31st, please. Thank you. Good. Councilman Harris.
Thanks again, Mayor. A few announcements. There's 2 4th of July parades in East Sacramento and River Park. There's also another small one up in Gardenland. So the 41st Street Parade in East Sac is a very long-standing parade, many, many years. It's one of the oldest parades in the western United States. It goes from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. It starts on 41st mid-block between M and J Streets. The River Park Parade and Buffalo Chip's 5-mile run happen in River Park. The run begins at 7 a.m. on Sandberg. The parade starts with a vintage car trail at 9:30 a.m. and the firecracker parade leaves from Caleb Greenwood School at 10 in the morning. Fire Station 8 is holding an open house this Saturday, July 7th from 2 to 4 p.m., 5990 H Street. That's always a fun event. Food Truck Mania moves from McKinley Park to River Park next Friday, July 13th from 5 to 9 p.m. at Glen Hall Park. And this one is pretty important. The 10th annual Taste of East Sacramento is also next Saturday, July 14th from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Church. If you haven't been to this event, it is a tremendous amount of fun. And, great food and beers to sample, wine as well, and a lot of great camaraderie. Mr. City Manager, I have a couple things for you, if you don't mind. In our council rules and procedures, we've made provision for a decorum officer, and I'd like you to come back with a time on the agenda that we can actually select a decorum officer to use here in our meetings. A while back, the mayor directed a request for information about ultra-low-income housing. It was, put up by SHRA, and it kind of got swallowed in the black hole. I don't know about it. If you could just get back to me about, what proposals were put out.
Yeah.
So that's going to be coming back?
That'll be coming back, yes.
Okay, well,
yes.
I certainly am eager to hear.
Yeah, it's potential the 9th of August when we do the housing workshop.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And lastly, Mr. Manager, a few weeks back I asked for a report about how we were going to untangle the knot of street feeding and the impedance of Fire Station 14 being able to get to fire and med calls. And, it's a pretty urgent problem, and I'd like a date certain that you'll come back with a recommendation about that.
Good. Thank you, Jeff. Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for the city manager as well. And it relates to what some of the protesters are demonstrating about. They're calling it rent control, but it's really housing affordability. People cannot afford the houses and the apartments that they're living in. And the tool that they want to address that with is rent control. But there's other ways to address it. And one of the easier ways is to increase the amount of disposable incomes in people's pockets. Now, all of the utilities have discounts on their utility bills. The electricity, the gas, the sewer, the rubbish hauling. However, the people who are concentrated in the very low income housing complexes cannot take advantage of those discounts that are already offered and have already been approved by the various utilities. So at Cedar Ridge, we have a property owner who is
Jesus. Jesus. Go ahead, Larry.
Sorry, are you guys okay?
At Cedar Ridge, we have a property owner who is willing to participate in the program. He will open his books up, show us that he's not taking advantage of the rebates. What is needed at this point is for someone to get with the people, the company that sends the bills out to the property, to get them to itemize those bills for each unit. And if we can do that, then we can get those discounts that have already been approved to those people who occupy those houses. There are about 200 units in this particular complex. The cost to the city through our utilities would probably be $20,000 a year. But if it works, we can expand that to all of the units in the city.
Interesting idea.
And these discounts have already been approved by all of these boards, by the SMUD board, by the regional sands, by the city itself. And the way that we have worked it out is that we would send our rebate check to regional sands, and regional sands would then issue individual checks, rebate checks at the end of the year to the people who reside in the units. So I've taken that about as far as I can take it. I'd like for you to pick up that ball. I think it's feasible to do. Pick up that ball and let's get these people some money in their pockets.
Absolutely. So we've had this discussion briefly, but I'll have staff follow up, and if there's any clarifying questions, we'll reach out to your office.
Right. I know you have, but the other members of the council.
My office would be happy to help too here, Larry, because this sounds like a really interesting idea and a way to save money for low-income people. So we'll look at this too, okay? We'll help out. Thank you. Rick?
In about 12 hours from now, we're going to have the District 7 parade, and we've got an exciting parade. We're going to do registration at 8 o'clock, and then the parade will kick off at 10 o'clock. And, of course, you'll be there, and I think I'm putting you on the fire truck. So if this is your first time riding a fire truck, I want you to, I've got fire hat for you, uniform, all the kind of things. So
as long as I can wave and throw candy.
Absolutely. But we're going to have a great, we've got about 60 entries, and Councilwoman Ashby is going to be in our parade for the first time, and we appreciate her for coming.
Good. It's a lot of fun.
But it's not too late for any of the others who don't have a parade in their district or any other activities. You can come, and we can get you on any number of cars, from a 1928 Roadster, Model A Roadster, all the way up to a 1973 Mercury Cougar, to a 1955 Chevrolet. So we've got probably about 50 cars that will be there in attendance, and floats and all those other kind of things. So this is a full day event. It's actually a full morning event, I'm going to say. Well, the parade will start at 10. It'll end at 11, and then we'll go to Garcia Bend Park for all of the festivities, entertainment festivities, and also the food trucks. Sacramento Mofo will be there with all the food trucks. So you have food there to eat, and you'll have all kinds of activities for the kids. We'll have Jimmy Ashley performing, our Cass Dance Academy, Zumba Kids, Bigger Than Arts, Studio T Dancers, Sacramento Youth Band, Ayai Taekwondo will be there. And then we're going to finish it off with a pet pageant. So if you have a pet, all you have to do is dress them up and bring them there. We're going to have a pet pageant, and we're going to have first, second, third place for the pets that look the best. And so that's a wonderful event that has kicked off in the last couple of years and met with a lot of success. So I invite you to come out to the 4th of July parade in Pocket Greenhaven. It will start at the school located at Southland Park in Windbridge, and then we will end at Garcia Park and have a full day. So come on out and have a good time with us.
Rick. Last comment, if I will, before I wish everyone a very happy 4th of July and a good, well-deserved break. Members, I know have asked me and the public to sort of give advance notice of workshops or key agenda items, and said tonight, I know the council has a rightful desire, before we dive into specific policy solutions to problems, to actually workshop them. And so the 9th of August, again, we are planning a housing workshop with a specific focus on this rent stabilization issue, not exclusively, but want to really dive into the nuts and bolts of that. The second thing is that I've been in conversation with the president of the city school board, Jesse Ryan, and we want to invite, I would like to invite the school board over for a joint meeting sometime in late August. We wouldn't be leaving out the other school districts within the city. I think we'd plan a second meeting, if you will, either jointly with the other school districts. We'll figure out how to, of course, be inclusive, but I'd like to start with the Sac City District to talk about the development of a Sacramento promise and what it would mean commitment-wise for the city and our schools to promise young people that if they do their part, we'll do our part to ensure that they get free community college, tuition first year, but more importantly, a pathway to higher education and a job. We can begin that conversation jointly, looking at the 28th of August. That might be might flex a little bit, but we want to do that hopefully by the end of the summer here at City Hall. I just wanted to let you know that so that it wasn't a surprise.
Mr. Mayor, I'd love
Yes.
to work with you on the Sacramento Promise. I worked a lot on the Long Beach Promise with our time during Mr. Ferrantani's time, and I think it's time we should have done that years ago.
Right. Absolutely, Eric. Love it. Okay. Anybody wants to help out? I'd welcome it. Happy 4th of July, everybody. We'll see you in a few weeks. We're adjourned.